What's up, y'all? It's me, HTG Brian, back with some Mostly Clean Mondays over on HTGtv. Trying to find the right moniker for that. It reminds me of Daddy's Home, the movie, where it's like 106.3 the Panda. You know, like I'd have all these guys come in and do all these different things, and you know, trying to find my tone. What's up, though? Been a minute for some of you. I saw a couple of views yesterday for Lego Marvel. I've already flapped about this a little bit in the chat this morning, but just in case you're late or maybe missed that, Funko Fusion does have a playable demo available to PC players. I know, but it is available to those who have a PC that can play games. It does have a little bit of a storyline from The Thing, the movie, 1982, 3, whatever it was, with Kurt Russell and Wilford Brimley and a bunch of others. And then it's also got a little guest appearance from Mega Man, I guess. I have not played this one yet, so if you guys get to it before the stream is over, you will have experienced it before me. Thought about maybe trying to stream it over on HTG, but I don't. As you guys know, my setup's not really PC friendly, especially with my older PC running out of hard drive space and slower than it once was. I haven't run a PC stream in quite a while, so it used to do all right, if I'm being honest. But anyways, let's go ahead and say hey to the chat as I scroll back to the tippy top. We got Chacho, GCU, and Paige as our early notification squad today. Thanks for being early, guys. Much love, much love. We are actually creeping up on 1,000 tracked watch time hours. We have like well over that. We have like 12 or 1,300 for the analytics, and we just peaked over, I believe, 3,000 views for the last 28 days. So you guys are certainly putting in work. It's very much obvious and visible. I just want that tracker to hurry up and catch up so I can start dropping some donations and things over here for you guys. Who else is out there early? Raised is out there early. What up, Raised? We got Justin out there too. What up, dude? Good to see you. Good to see you. Brian D is back. What is up, man? Good to see you. Kirstron, what is up? There was a Killer Clowns update announced for later this week, the 22nd. So there is a new map. I know I said we wouldn't be playing that for a while, and we probably won't. We do have plans for Tuesday, tomorrow, and it's not going to be Killer Clowns. And besides, the new map would be out by tomorrow anyways. So we'll be checking out a game called On Giant Shoulders. Shoulders of Giants. I should get it right? I don't know much about this game. It was offered to me by the developers, and they said they'd have some codes for some friends. So I said, do you guys want to play it? And they said, yeah, let's do it. And I got us some codes. So we'll be checking that out starting tomorrow. And it may be a one-off stream. It may be a really short one-off stream. It may be the best game we've played in a while, too. Let's see here. Tamara's out there. What is up? Good to see you. Good to see you. Who else? Jason is back. What's good? We got Viking King out there too. What up, man? What up? Who else? Lucky was out there, at least for a hot second. Good to see us. Both Rob and Matt are out there. Preston Bros Unite! We haven't had much of the Preston Bros over on HTGtv, at least this time around. Good to see you guys. Alien's over here for his second stream, too. Good to see you. Farmer's out there. What up, dude? Greasama, welcome back. Sharky's out there, too. What up? Dragon Girl, good to see you. Denise, what's up, guys? Everybody's showing up. Love it. Not on a crappy tablet today. That's awesome. That is awesome. So I decided to post my Funko Fusion video in the Funko Fusion Discord video chat area, and I got a whole bunch of love. People are like, oh my god, it's Happy Thumbs, we watch your Lego games. Tell me if that's way too loud or not. So if you guys have watched all of my PowerWash Sims, you probably remember at one point or another we actually did cover this, or cleaned it, I should say. I'm not sure if this is like a different file or if my game just like crapped out and forgot about it. Like maybe we do live in Oregon. Cannabis is legal here. Maybe it got into someone's stash and forgot about it. Hey man, hope you ain't doing nothing for about a week. You know what I mean? Because like I feel like we already did this. And I remember this being a pain in the arse. Like, I started thinking about it before stream started just now, and I even asked at one point, I don't think anybody addressed it, but I asked, should I start this already and get, like, going? I do have a little bit of help with some fluids, some cleaners, but it's very minimal. They give me an allotted amount. There's no triple ready shreddy, unfortunately. So, basically, yellow is my best friend again. Hey. Chacho, did you complete this again? Is this a separate one? If so, or because I mean, like, I know we did this one. I know we did. Gulf R. Hey, it's as of September. Rumors are they're going to be available for pre-order. So I mean, in like 2 to 3 weeks, I could be like, woohoo! I'm broke. I don't have my car for months, but I'm broke. You know I'm ready to. I mean, I don't know that I'm ready. I was telling Jillian about it the other night. Like, I've been looking at all sorts of things. Pretty much, there's like 4 or 5 all-wheel drive options I'm looking at. A couple of them are electric, and I've been looking at. I've looked at a few BMW M2s. I've looked at a bunch of Audi RS3s. I've even looked at some older Golf Rs. So not the new ones, but like some ones that are in pretty good shape that are older. I just have a really hard time buying a car that doesn't have a sunroof. Like, I definitely need a sunroof in my life. But, you know, going fast and all-wheel drive are my two main things, so... If I had, like, I mean, I could buy like an older Golf R and build it to like 700-800 horsepower, and then it wouldn't have a sunroof. And I asked myself, would that matter? If I have like a 700 horsepower car that I built, would that matter that I don't have a sunroof? And sadly, I can't just like put one in there for obvious reasons. They leak bad enough for the factory ones at times. I don't want to. And that's one thing, too, that one of my friends has been trying to convince me. Like, bro, you had those water leaks in your car. Do you want to do that again? Well, I've had many sunroofs, and I've only had the problems that one time. So, whether I was lucky or I don't know. But right-hand drive. You can't import those. They have to be 25 years or older before you can import. I've already looked into, like, trying to get like, the Golf Rs, the new ones, are out in Europe right now, but they don't hit the States until at least November. And so, I mean, I've been like, I'm itching to get one. I mean, how much does it cost to import a car? And Reese and I started looking into it right away. There's some pretty big fine print that says the car has to be, I think it's 25 years or older. Which is why you see a lot of right-hand drive, you know, Japanese spec cars and things. But if you think about it, they're all old. None of them are new. So there is that. Otherwise, I would be maybe talking about doing like a Euro spec Golf R. Because they have like performance packages and things that we don't get here. Now, ultimately, our version is pretty much their performance pack and all that. But like they have like Acropovic exhaust systems that come factory on some. They have certain wheel types that aren't necessarily going to make it here, and there's some different things. Yeah, not yet. I you know, in all fairness, I've still got a few things that need to process, we'll call it, before I would be comfortable doing anything anyway. So I would say all of that will be wrapped up no later than the end of this month. So I mean, I mean, mentally I'm ready, and if something came along right now, I could definitely jump on it. But it'd be better for me to wait a couple more weeks, because then I'd be really good. Boys and their toys. Hey, I mean, I know a lot of girls that are heavy into cars and or shoes or clothes or, you know, I mean, it's not you know, not everybody loves cars. I get that. Not everybody loves cars, but everybody loves something. Everybody loves something. Details. You know, I like to think that my wife doesn't have like a crazy amount of shoes. I would be lying to myself and you if I said that. You know, and you know, I get it. There's a different shoe for different occasions and whatnot, and I have like 2 pairs of shoes. I have like my house shoes and like my outdoor shoes. I mean, I do have like water shoes and like specific things that are very unique. I have like working in the yard or like out. I used to go to the pond all the time, so I have pond shoes too. But ultimately, I don't have like a bunch of kicking around shoes. In fact, I actually, Kirsten, the day that we met up, however long ago that was, I bought a pair of shoes that day. And I just replaced those shoes like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So like I've been rocking those for. It's been 2 years since you were. Has it been 2 years, or is it only a year since you were in Oregon? And in Washington, I guess we met in Vancouver, but I mean, I just feel like it's been a long time, and I just bought, and I probably could have like gone a little longer with my other ones, but they were yellow and they were starting to look a little, I don't know, they weren't yellow anymore. They were like an off color. Yeah, it seems like it's been like 2 years since you were here, but maybe it hasn't been that long. I don't know. I didn't think it'd been 3 years since I'd streamed over here either. It's at least 3 years? I don't know if it's been that long. Seems like Kirsten's already bailed on us. I know she said hi, Mike, a minute ago, but yeah, she's got me on mute. That's pretty common. I often deserve it. So I'm only 4%. Damn. Just guessing. Fair enough. Fair enough. I missed my trip already, Shreddy. Alright, so let's get this flag. Uh-huh. So I'm excited to get to those Muckingham files. Those are all new to me. Been 2 years. Okay, okay. So maybe you're just a little behind then, or maybe you were doing the due diligence. What pack do I recommend for Lego Dimensions? Anyone that you can find that doesn't break the bank. There is a way, and I don't know how legal this is, so I'm always a little careful when I talk about it. But, you know, being that the game is out of production now and has been for quite some time, I don't know how big of a deal it is, but there's apparently a way that you can get blank toy tags, the little RFID tags, and like an app. I've been told it's for your phone. I don't know how your phone would write RFID stuff, but maybe we do have like Apple Pay and like things like that in some of our phones, which I believe is RFID technology. I could be wrong on that too, but ultimately I feel like there's some way out there, and maybe it's a PC thing that you have to get like a certain device and plug it in or whatever, but you can write your own tags, so you don't have to go buy all of them, or in the event that you can't find them all, because that's definitely a thing too, right? Like, I'm not trying to condone and say that like pirating and making your own stuff is ever the right way, but my understanding is it's pretty widely accepted. And again, you can't buy Lego Dimensions stuff in stores, and you have not been able to. I mean, you got some hoarders that have had it, and they're selling them for like $100 each, which is crazy. I should have saved more. I could have made a fortune off just those alone, especially all the dollar ones. You remember how many I gave away? You guys remember how many of those I gave away? The Simpsons packs, and oh my God, we had one of our dollar stores had them on sale. And my mother-in-law actually found them, and she got a bunch of them, like 50 packs. I've got photos of them, like, and I gave like all of them, but like 5 away. And I still have like 1 or 2 of them unopened, and I used a couple of them as well, or gave them to Reese or whatever, right? Like, But I mean, yeah. I wish I had all those because they like liquidated them. They couldn't get rid of them, and now and those ones that were $1 probably aren't ones that are fetching like the highest dollar amounts. But I mean, I'm not trying to make a ton of money, especially off people I know. I don't like taking advantage in that sense. But you know, I had a hard time a while back. One of our viewers, Josh, wanted to buy some of my Lego, and you know, the prices I paid versus the prices I was selling them for, like internally, like I had like this moral voice being like, come on, you didn't pay that much. He's a friend, hook him up. But it's like the whole point was for investment. And it was like, you know, if he's willing to pay it, I have to be. So I had like a little bit of a hurdle with that. And I didn't feel like I took advantage, but it was just like, you know what I mean? Like when you know all the details, it's a little harder to, I don't know. And maybe I'm unique in that way. Maybe most people are like, show me the money, you know, but I did have some like seller's remorse, I guess we'd call it. Come on, really? I mean, those golf clubs gotta be. So there's a bunch, I think I already mentioned this, there was a bunch of alien or UFO activity reported over Twitter in the last week or so. And some fact checkers have debunked it. Apparently it was not even from the California area like the people were claiming the video footage was from. Apparently it was from Hawaii, and it was like from 2 years ago. There was like a drone show that was like Pokemon themed or something. I don't know if it was like an official Pokemon event or what the story on that really was, but I just found that funny. Like for like a week, I was like seeing all these videos of like people claiming they saw these UFOs, and it wasn't the case at all. Those are pictures of me and my UFO. You have a UFO? What year? No, I'm just kidding. Stupid. Stupid. What year's your UFO, bro? I almost got one a while back, but didn't have a sunroof. Oh man, that was good. I mean, sometimes I like my own comedy more than most people, but I feel like that was pretty good. I feel like if somebody else would have said that, I would have laughed just as hard. I was just mentioning about wanting a sunroof, so like the timing on that I feel was pretty good. So on a little bit of a bummer note, I mean not really, but kind of bummer note. Wife had to go back to work today. Summer is officially over for her. Now she still has the whole week without students. Her students come back next Monday, but like bummer deal, dudes. She's back at work. And, you know, for the most part, she likes her job. There are some complications with certain things that always could be better, right? And I think that applies to most work environments. There's always a few things that could, you know, maybe be led a little better or handled a little better or, you know, again, I feel like that's most places, not specific to even schools or her job, just in general. All right, which way do I go? Which way do I go? So I'm 10%. Let's go. Ring. Really? I feel like this is like gotta be good here. So yeah, hey, one thing I want to talk about too is that I don't know how this is gonna work out, but once Funko Fusion does officially drop, I will probably slow stream schedule down quite a bit. Not indefinitely, like we'll still stream. But I'll probably do like a, you know, Monday. I haven't figured it out yet. I really have to work with Doug too. Doug actually passed on playing tomorrow's game with us because he's trying to get a bunch of stuff caught up. They just went on a vacation and were gone for a, you know, almost a whole week, a full work week, and so he's trying to play catch up with that and get things ready so he can be ready to write the guide. He's also working on another side project with me too, so he's got his hands pretty full right now, but we're hoping that he'll get all his RL stuff done here in the next week or so, and that he'll be able to go full steam ahead on the guide writing for Funko Fusion. Now, what that's going to look like and how it's going to play, it's going to take a little longer than a normal guide will. Videos will probably leak out fairly slow. My goal for this is probably going to look exactly like Lego releases, in the sense that the first couple of days there will be 1 or 2 videos. One will likely be a first look video. Now, we've already kind of had a first look because we had an early preview build, so that might not be labeled the same. We might just go straight into like level 1, and it'll be story-based driven stuff. So anything that's story-based, I'm going to avoid any and all collectibles if possible, right? And so be on the lookout at the beginning of these videos for the information, because if there is a collectible that is needed per se, right? Like I look at Lego Jurassic World, or yeah, was it Jurassic Park or Jurassic World? Jurassic World. We skipped a lot of the ambers, whatever they are, ambers, bricks, and we should have grabbed a few of those. So in the end, it resulted in a couple of extra levels, or out of order levels, which we try to avoid too. So, you know, if we're forced into getting some collectibles or something, we'll always make note of it at the beginning of the video. I get a lot of comments on stuff like, especially Lego City. There's one particular area that has 17 characters, and one of them you earn in the story bits working your way from one area to the next. It doesn't often happen that way in the Lego games when a story-based character counts for a collectible in an area, and in this particular case it did. And in the first minute, hey everybody, it's Brian with HappyThumbsGaming. Today we're checking out this video on this level and blah, 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 blah. It should be noted, the first minute, it should be noted that during story, we found ourselves getting one of the collectibles. So that's why we only have quick links for 16 of them, but it never fails. Once a week, where's the 17th? Where's the 17th? And I'm like, did you play the story? And so what ends up happening often is that they have the one from the story, but they've missed one of the quick links. You know, and even funnier, like, this is not exactly quite related, but just sort of related. The amount of lazy viewers has never been higher. And I'm not speaking to you. I'm not calling anybody out or anything. But what I mean is, like, people who don't want to watch the video to find the info. Like, let's say they know a character unlocks in a level. They'll legit not watch the video, not use the quick links, and they'll say, where's the character? At what time is the character in this video? Right? And I'm like, are you serious? Like, I made videos. Like, you don't even have to look for it. All you have to do is just press the quick link, right? And so I get a lot of those kind of comments these days. Last night, I laughed really hard when I saw this one. One of my Marvel Avenger, I think it was, videos, I accidentally didn't put quick links, right? One video doesn't have quick links. One. This commenter posts, I can't believe you got lazy and didn't post the quick links, which is weird because usually you're into helping. I thought that was hilarious because the dude was calling me lazy for accidentally not posting quick links. It wasn't a choice, it was a mistake, right? Big difference. And the guy is upset because he has to watch the video. So he's calling me lazy because he has to watch a 7-minute video. Like, come on. What up, Tony? I see you slugged in. Think about that. Like, think about that. Like, the fact that you went out of your way to comment and call me lazy because you didn't have a quick link available to watch. Like, right? Like, the irony. Like, I'm not even mad about it. Like, it made me laugh hysterically. I shared it with the wife, and she goes, oh, no, he didn't. I said, look, it's right here. She's like, oh, my gosh. And it wasn't even like, listen, if you've ever noticed that I've messed up on a quick link or forgot them or mislabeled or misspoke something, I'm the first person to go, thank you for correcting me. I'll get better. I'm never like, frig you, I can't believe you pointed that error at. Like, I don't care. I want to get better. I want to provide a near perfect experience. Perfection is probably not realistic, but a near perfect experience, right? And so, like, I'm happy when people go, hey, you forgot quick links, or just so you know, quick link 4 doesn't go to the collectible you think it does. And I'll 99 times out of 100, I go there and I fix it. And then I go, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I've even sent stickers to people that have helped me. I've sent like reward, like bounty money to people, like to help, like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Follow us over here and I'll hook you up and blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm happy to contribute and get positive, constructive criticism. Calling me lazy because you can't be lazy is hilarious. It's hilarious. Oh. I was going to say, I'm really surprised that hasn't rang often. Did I already get the shutter? I must have. Okay. But wait, though. Shutter is showing a... No, it's not showing anything. Okay. I was confusing the percentage bar for the level with the shutter there for a second. Hey, what up? Welcome to the stream. The game audio is lagging a bit. What does that even mean? Is anybody else having this problem, or is this a Tony specific problem? I'm not even sure. Was it like the dings? Is that what you're talking about? The dings are off? I mean, listen, for what it's worth, I've already stated too today, I am streaming on a PC that is getting pretty old. It might have something to do with that, but I mean, as it sits, you might be the only person experiencing that, so it might be worth a page or app refresh. That may or may not fix it. If you do that and it doesn't fix it, it could be me. I'm like I said, I'm the first to admit that kind of stuff, but and no worries. Again, I always want to know that kind of stuff. I always want to know. And it's possible an old audio sync delay may be haunting me too. You guys keep an eye/ear out for like when I get another completed area, which may not ever happen. See, for me, it's perfect, but that doesn't mean it's perfect for you guys either. And I guess we could try this too. Is there any issues there? I do. What's this? I do have an error. It says missing information. Oh, that's from yesterday. That's from yesterday. Okay. Yeah, you guys just let me know. Might not be a huge deal for people either, but I mean, if it's something I can rectify, I will certainly do it. My computer is actually wanting a restart, but I didn't want to do it. So, fun fact for you guys, when I set up the stream page and I type up all the stuff, I usually do that like at 8:30 in the morning, like an hour before it goes live. I just get everything ready, and then right at 9 o'clock, I hit the go live button with the page. And there's been a couple of times where I've spent, like, especially on a new game day, I have to type out a whole bunch of extra stuff, you know, and make sure that it's relevant to what's happening and yada yada. If I restart my PC while that page is waiting, I lose all of my data. So if I launch the page, it's good. But if I launch the page, then it's available for you guys to see too. So like today, I realized that my computer is wanting to restart, but it didn't because I wouldn't let it. And I didn't want to like have to retype and reset up the page again. So I figured maybe I'll do it once I launch the stream page, but I never did it. So there may be like something happening with my computer, like too, like it might not have anything to do with it being slow or old. It may just be hung up on a file or an update or something like that too. But like I said, if more of you are experiencing a delay in the ding and it's bothersome, let me know and I can maybe look at some other things too. %. This is taking forever. There's going to be some big chunks coming up, though, like up top and all around the rocks. And the ground, too, is pretty filthy. We're pretty clean for the most part. Up, like this whole corner's pretty good. Working our way out and around both ways. Go on, jump. Jump around. Jump up and get there. So, wife and I have been watching it's a newer show, but it's been out for a while now on Prime. It's called Peripheral, and it stars a young gal. I always get her name wrong, so I apologize if I do it again. It's like Chloe Grace Moritz or Chloe Morris Grates or Moritz Grates. She's been in a ton of stuff over the years. Great actor. But the whole premise is that there is a VR app that she is using, and basically she sees and obtains some information she's not supposed to while playing this VR game app thing, and it triggers a whole bunch of like events and things with people, and she becomes pretty wanted. Sort of like a hit gets placed on her on the dark web, and it's pretty interesting. Like, I don't want to give too much away. Like, in the first 5 minutes, they give you some pretty big information. And to be honest with you, I'm not knocking or trying to clown the wife. The wife didn't catch it. You know, anybody who's, you know, into technology and stuff like that will likely catch what happens in the first 5 or 10 minutes. And then in like episode 2 or 3, it's sort of like confirms all of the suspicions, if you will, from the first 5 minutes. And so it opens up like this whole new can. You're like, what? And so it's pretty good. There's 8 episodes. They're all about an hour or an hour and 10 minutes long each. Now, I did find that the episodes that seem to be like an hour and 10, they all seem to have like a on the next, episode, and like an ad at the end. So like they're probably all just about an hour, 55 minutes to an hour long, but they have like that on the next one, in the next episode, or coming up, however it says. And we usually skip right over those. So, but it's pretty worth watching. I mean, there's a little bit of uncomfortableness. Like, I will say that. Like, if you have like a soft spot for some blood or fighting, it might not be the show for you. If you like fighting and blood, it might be a bonus. Like I was telling Reese about it this morning, there's this one scene where it's a flashback that explains a lot. There's these guys that are in the Marine Corps, and it's all futuristic, so it's like future Marines, future soldier kind of stuff. And the enemy, which I don't know who it was, but the enemy is doing this thing where they ran psychological profiling on the soldiers for the Marines, and they found that they're programmed to help. And so one of the things that the enemy does is they actually wound dogs and place them out in open spots and hope that soldiers will go and try to save the dogs. And then they have like, various plans for the people who are trying to save the dog, and it never ends well for them. It's like I said, there's some tough moments, but it's pretty short. Like the wife who loves dogs, she was not thrilled. She's like, I'm not loving this. This is not good. And I was right there with her watching this scene going, I don't like this at all. And the thought is it's terrible. And that's the whole point of it. They want you to see and feel that because of what happens. And it's crazy. There's a lot of stuff, and it just keeps building and building and building. Now, I don't know for sure if it's been brought back for another season or if it's like just a one-off, but it's worth watching. I mean, from what we've seen so far, we've really enjoyed it. Other than the couple of scenes that were pretty tough to watch. Whew. All right. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Hopefully you're doing well, too. %. I got 21%. Yeah, we also been watching that Time Bandit show on Apple TV. We actually paused it because we have one episode. We're gonna watch it tonight, but they release episodes on Wednesdays. So every Wednesday they get 2 more episodes to the platform, and so we basically got caught up, and we were trying to space it out a little bit because we had to wait so long in between. So we waited a few days in between episodes, and we're gonna watch we'll probably finish up the Peripheral tonight because we only have 2 episodes left, and then we'll probably watch the final episode. I don't know if we'll have enough time to watch it all because that's a couple hours worth, but it just depends on what happens when the wife gets home. We also replanted her Monstera. I know a couple of you are friends with her on Facebook as well, so you probably saw that. Or I liked it. I don't know if that's going to push the post to your guys' feed or not, but some of you it might. But we had like this huge Monstera plant, and we've been looking for a pot for months. And she's been like super adamant about like, I'm not using a black plastic pot. And I should have talked to Mike. I didn't even think about it. What up, John? Welcome to the stream. Because Mike might have had an inside track on a good place to get a quality pot. But I'm guessing a lot of the pots that Mike deals with are probably plastic and black, which is which was a definite no-no, a hard pass for the wife, which made things really difficult because you start getting into the pots that were big enough that were, you know, met her requirements, and it was like, there were $200 to $300. I'm not even kidding. And like, I know I spend money on my car and all that, and I support the wife's flower and plant obsession more than you would think. But like, that's a lot of money for a pot. For a pot. Doesn't even come with pot. It's just a pot. Like, I mean, think about it. That's a lot of money. And so I ended up finding some on Amazon. She wasn't thrilled about it, but she ended up ordering one of them. Unfortunately, it showed up broken. So then we were a little bit skeptical about whether or not we were going to be able to ever get this resolved. And we found the same pot in a different color from a different seller. And she ordered it, and it showed up not yesterday, but the day before. And we were able to get it all situated and put it away. So she did 98% of the work. Reese and I helped move it out there and back in. I did pour the soil while she held the roots and all the stuff in place. But, I mean, it's huge. She made some moss posts, too, which that was a new thing for me. She got, like, this metal grating stuff and rolled it up. And inside it, she put a bunch of asphagnum moss. I don't know how to say it. I've been making jokes about the word. It's like ASPHAGHM or something like that. Asphagnum. And so, yeah. Well, I feel like that should be pretty good to go. Oh, that's cheeky right there. Like, seriously cheeky. Got it, though. I know I didn't get them all. Yeah. Alright, I think I got them all there. Brian, are you calling me on my cell phone? No, I'm not. I'm not calling you, bro. It's not me. It's not me. And Brian D, sorry to hear you're having some struggles. I hope it gets gooder. And sooner than later. Look at it shredding from up here. This isn't even fair. Like, poor dirt doesn't stand a chance. Remember the big old dragon that's over there? Yeah, see, I totally remember doing this. Do you guys remember me doing this? Called you from Portland, Oregon? Close. That's pretty close. I mean, look at the damage this is doing from up here. Like, what is even real right now? Like, I'm not supposed to be seeing this kind of returns. Like, I feel like this is a glitch or something. So I feel like there's another section of, like, maybe part of the story or something that had this map too. I mean, I suppose maybe somehow, some way, this is one of the levels that I did early on Xbox, and I'm having to do it again here because I never did it. That doesn't make any sense, though. And I played quite a bit over on Xbox when it was on Game Pass before it came out on PlayStation. Because if you guys remember, the game was out on PC first, and then it dropped on Xbox, and it was on Game Pass. So I was like, yeah, boy. Picked that up right away, and that was right after my lawn mowing sim extravaganza. Because I went crazy with that game for a while. Until I started getting motion sick towards the end. I don't know why those last levels got me sick. And I don't know, I haven't gone back to it. So I don't know if it's still a thing for me or not. I never platinumed it. I'm like one trophy away. And it's like, I have to get like the challenges, I think. And there's only like 3 time-based challenges or something. Or it's not the time ones. I got the time ones. It's the, you have to stripe and get like so little. I don't remember what, there's like 3 or 4 variables. And I remember I tried it a couple of times, didn't even get to the halfway point. So I was like, forget this, I'm done. And I was getting sick while doing it too. So it's like, I'm not going to make myself sick to try and get this platinum that I'm clearly not even tasked to get. And I don't know if they've changed that, like made it easier or you know, if it's still ridiculous. I mean, maybe that platinum's just not supposed to be obtained. Maybe a lot of people have it and I'm just a noob. But I mean, I literally, I'm pretty sure I'm down to like 1 trophy. And it was like 1 or 2 small challenges that needed to be done. That was it. If the van's shaking, don't do the knock. What? What did I miss? Don't knock if it's working. Oh. Man, I'm familiar with the phrase, but I'm not sure it applies here. Wait, he's got a what now? All right, speaking of, I did message Boo this morning too and informed him about the update on Killer Clowns. Last I heard, he has not played any more, and he still does not have the platinum. So like, I'm destined to like help him get that. Like, that's important to me. Just like I was like totally adamant about helping Tude get his, you know, Ghostbusters and Evil Dead and all the other ones that we've tried to. But I mean, you know, and some people care about trophies more than others. And you know, like people like Tude sometimes care more about certain trophies than others. Like some trophies matter while others don't. So, oh boy, this is murky. Metal. So I haven't talked to him yet, but my buddy who's building that Volkswagen R32, he canceled our plans to go kayaking on Saturday because he had an opportunity to go get his finished interior that's been completely redone. And he used the plaid from the GTI to have it like seats accented. It looks so good. I really like it. I haven't seen them completely finished yet and back in the car, but I've seen some like preliminary early stuff that they did on like basically when they finished the first seat. I got to see a photo of it and I was really impressed. So excited for him. I'm hoping it's back sooner than later. It might even be ready by the showtime in September 8th, which I'm excited for. And I think, I don't know if I'll race. I don't know what I'm doing. It'll likely be the last time I take that car to a show as my own car. In theory, Reese plans on buying it, so if that all happens and goes through like we think, then it'll still be at shows and around, and he'll race it or show it or whatever he wants to do. I don't want to show it though. If I do, I have to like get into the wrap shop immediately and get a couple of things fixed because I've got some clear coat peeling on my mirrors. I mean, I guess I could just buy new mirrors, but it's probably cheaper to just have my guys wrap it for me. I think it's like $100 and they'll wrap it versus like $350 for new caps. So, and I'm not trying to spend much money, if any money, on it right now, honestly. I mean, if something breaks or goes wrong, I clearly will, but I don't even drive it that often, like once a week, maybe? Shoot, Reese has been driving it more than I have lately, but even that's pretty restricted. Like, he doesn't have free reign on it or anything like that, but like last night he wanted to go pick up his buddy and go to another friend's house, and I almost said yes, but then Mom chimed in and said, man, that dude lives all the way on the other side of town. You take the Prius. I was like, all right. I didn't even have to be the bad guy. Boy, we might not even get this one done today. It's crazy how big this one is. I knew this one was gonna, and I should have started before. You guys didn't care if I was 20% in or whatever. I could have been a nice chunk in before the stream even started. And I only say that because we've already done this one. I mean, I still don't know why I'm having to read. There's got to be an explanation somewhere. It's probably not because it game glitch. Although there was issues with game progress saving and stuff like that at one point not long ago. I just never really had it happen to me that I was aware of anyways. This is definitely not one of the smaller ones. That one we did last week too was huge. The fountain. That thing was ridiculous. That took forever. Green is working, but I still feel like yellow just shreds harder. Especially with that spray paint or whatever that is. Bird duty. All these hard to hit spots. Nooks and crannies. Play Lego Marvel Superheroes. All right, John, have a good one. If you got a PC, go check out that Funko Fusion demo that's available. I'm telling you. Get that hype train chewing. We need to get it out of the Grand Central Station and out in the wild. Everybody needs to taste the fusion that is Funko. And I know not everybody has a PC that can play games. I get that too. There is a demo as of this morning, Dragon. Yes, ma'am. I am happy to report. It has the Thing and a Mega Man appearance. I have not played it yet, so if you go play it soon, you will have experienced it before I have it downloaded. Reese has it downloaded, I'm pretty sure, too. He said he was going to anyway. Yeah, so it's different levels than what you saw me and anybody else that had the preview build play. Cave Dragon. Oh. Oh. So much flashy. Cutie came and paid me a visit this morning. She meowed like crazy on my stairs, then came up and said hi. I loved her up like always. Then she took off, and then I went downstairs like 10 minutes later. She'd puked all over my stairs, like all over, like puked from one step down to another step, and it like leaked down onto another step. So like, there's basically 3 stairs that had some some I didn't get mad at her though. I mean, I felt bad. Like, what are you gonna do? Clearly, something didn't settle right with her, whether it was, you know, something she ate this morning or last night or whatever. She has to take a pill every 3rd day that helps her with her digestion. Because she does have a problem with not being able to keep food down. There's a name for it. I don't remember what it's called, but so she struggles with that. And last night was a pill night. She got her pill, but apparently it wasn't enough to settle whatever. We've been on a pretty good regimen lately. We have this goat's milk food that we get. It's like $2.50 a can, and she gets one every day. So she's not a cheap cat. Like, we don't spend a lot of money on like vet bills or anything, but the food she eats is not cheap. I'm pretty sure her food costs more than Drex's, and he eats way more. Like, physically, like the size, the weight is way more. Cutie eats like nom-size meals. Drex eats like nom-nom-nom-size meals. You don't like my Wife and I were talking the other day. We watched a show. I don't remember what it was. Somebody on the show was doing a phenomenal job with that. And wife is like, you know, almost as good as Erica Goldberg. I don't know if you've ever watched the Goldbergs, but Erica Goldberg does a really good, like, you know, like a like the way she does it, it's just so, her whole face moves and like yeah, I get nauseous, certain things, heights, and certain motions. I do not get weak stomach when I hear puke noises. Now, if somebody pukes on the floor next to me, it's over. It's over. But I'm pretty solid when it comes to most of that stuff. But if I'm downwind, it's all you heard in the hospital. Ugh. From you or others? Hopefully neither, but I don't like that club. I try to avoid it, no offense. $36, almost $37. Gotta get that paint. Gotta get that paint. Man, I don't usually want time to fly by, but I really want it to be like January, at least December. And I say that because I really, really, really want basketball to start. We've been watching the WNBA, and that's great. We don't really have a team that we root for. We sort of just root for them all. I know that's kind of weird, but we have certain players we really, are intrigued by, and but I mean, we don't have a team that we watch every game. Nor, I don't think we even have the ability to watch every game if we did have a team, because WNBA isn't quite broadcast like the NBA. There might be some ways. It's getting better for sure. The audience is like tripled in like the last year, which is phenomenal. But I really just, I miss my Blazers, and we had such an incomplete season last year with injuries and like people, whether they were sitting them on purpose so that we would lose games, or whether they were truly injured and not able to play. Like half of our team was injured for over half of the season. So most of our quote unquote guys that we're going to keep and our stars, they didn't even get to play together, but maybe 15 games, 10 games the whole season. Out of 82 games, 10 games is not very many. And so we have no idea how good the team really is or how bad they really are, based on, we know how not good the deep bench is against the starters of the NBA, but like, that's not really a good comparison. And I don't think the team is super, like, I don't think they're ready to compete for a championship or anything. I just want to see some competitive play. Like, that's all I want. And you get that with WNBA. But, one thing I don't like about the WNBA is and college is this way too. They literally beat the crap out of each other. It's called so differently than the NBA. Like, it's wild. Like, the NBA is kind of soft compared to like the W or college. Like, you just get to lock elbows and beat the crap out of each other. And I don't know that I like that. It's just different. And again, like not having a team to, like last night we watched the Seattle and Indiana game. Great game. In fact, most of the game it was neck and neck, and then Indiana took off and it was a blowout. But, I mean, yeah. So I feel like this whole area is done. Okay, no. I know football's starting back up, yeah? I don't like any sports. That's okay. My son Reese isn't big into sports. He is oppositional defiant, and there is a large belief that because his father loves basketball, that he does not. And I mean, I don't think he does it intentionally, but I just think the more I like something, the less he is interested in it. And that's with a lot of kids and their, parents in general. But I think, the oppositional defiance kind of multiplies that a little bit. So, he used to love basketball. We used to go to basketball games. He used to play basketball. Like, he loved it for like 1 year. And then it all just kind of faded away. And it's largely believed that because I love it, he hates it. And again, it's not like he plans that. It's just kind of something he goes through. So, I mean, it's totally fine. Not everybody loves sports. There's no, like, incentive or reason that I should, like, play mini golf here, right? Oh, hey, I meant to do that. Ooh, that's gross up top there, too. Let's get all the side work done, and then we'll go get up on top and hit it from above. Get that bird's eye view. esports. I mean, it's kind of a sport, and it's competitive, right? I'll for sure agree to that. And I mean, I'm not against certain esports. Like, I'm not real big into like the Call of Duty tournaments or things like that. Like, it's cool. I think it's awesome that they have it. Don't get me wrong. I just don't. I don't watch it. I don't get into it. Again, I don't have anybody to follow. Like, if my son was competing and playing in it, I'd be the #1 fan. But I don't have any attachments or any real reason, you know? I know nobody. And, like, I see a lot of, like, I mean, I don't want to turn this into a naysay show or whatever, but lately especially, I've been seeing a lot of social media stuff. And I'm seeing that, you know, and I don't see necessarily anything wrong with this, but at the same time, like, I don't thrive on it. I don't love it, so I don't tend to gravitate towards it. But I've been seeing that, like, a lot of teams are, like, politically posting. And, you know, some of it's not even politics. Some of it's other stuff that's, you know, what would be considered hot topics, right? Like, to me, like, and stuff we usually avoid over here. And like, some people have made some pretty bold statements, and I wonder how, like, the rest of the teams feel about some of that stuff. And I mean, you know, I'm torn because, you know, if you have the platform, I'm not against using it, but I see a lot of abuse with people of higher power saying and doing things and spreading mistruths or misinformation, or, you know, or just slander, right? There's slander out there too. And I don't even necessarily disagree or agree with a lot of the stuff that's being said. I just don't know that it belongs there. I'm pretty big on that. Like, I don't know if you ever noticed, but, like, I don't post a lot of, like even on, like, you know, certain holidays and things. I'm not like, hey, like, you know, and I'm not against anything either. I don't know that it, like, okay, here's a prime example. There's a company I've been using for 10, maybe 15 years, okay? Totally been good to me for the most part. I enjoy a lot of the stuff that they're posting, but in this last 2 to 3 months, almost everything they've posted has been super political. And it's not like just meme stuff, like partaking and making fun of the process or the parties. It's like very one-sided, and they're very, very aggressive and negative. And that sort of bothers me, because it's not because I do or don't line up with it. It's because I just don't know that it belongs there. Like, if you as a person own this company and you have opinions, like, spout off from the rooftops. But, like, using your work platform, your following that you have there, like, I guarantee you, I know for a fact they've lost a ton of followers. Whether those people stop using the business or not, I don't know. But, like, it's one thing to say, like, I stand with this theory, this thought, this person. And, you know, I hope you do your research and figure out. It's another thing to be like aggressive, like, if you guys don't stand with me, or like posting like, look at these morons and blah blah blah. Like, I just don't like that. Like, you guys know I'm all about positivity, you know. And I mean, I have a history of being kind of a troll and not necessarily a great person in my younger years. You know, some of you know the story, some of you don't. Like, I had a criminal record that was not something that was brag-worthy of up until about 6 months ago. And luckily I was able to get that removed. It doesn't change the fact that it still happened. I still was involved with stuff that got me in trouble, right? On whatever level you want to say or whatever. But I mean, I'm not that guy anymore, right? And so, like, I'm happy to not be carrying that weight around anymore. And I wish more people that had my experience would think that way instead of continuing to go down the tubes the wrong way. Like I've got some people that I have not spoke to in quite some time because they're just not willing to change. They're not willing to grow up. And they're not all doing bad things, but like one of my best friends that I would have taken a bullet for, you know, he was still hanging out with some unsavory people and, you know, reportedly partaking in unsavory things. And, you know, his body, his choice, right, at the end of the day. But, I mean, in the past, it had affected me, right? So, like, I just had to cut ties. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not involved in that. I've never been involved with that. I've never thought that was okay. Like, and I can't have you around my family and stuff. And that, like, offended them. Like, they were really upset. But it was like, figure it out. Stop doing that shady stuff. And come around. But even to this day, it's been one of the last straws that broke the back of this friendship was a conversation we had right before we got Drexler. This person owned a dog, had dogs for lots of the years that I've known them, and not like an abuser or anything, but definitely not somebody that I would say babied their dogs and pampered their, like, they were gone at work, and they were not like, right, like they weren't, I don't know. And as soon as I showed a pic of Drex, I got all this stuff about you shouldn't get a dog, it's so much work, and you're gonna be a bad dog owner, and you don't know what you're in for, and blah blah blah, all this stuff. And I was just like, you know what, man, forget you. Like, I almost went and bought Drex that day just because I wanted. And look, it's been how many years? And how much fun is Drex? And is he work? Sure. Is he been bad luck? Has it been hard work? No. The first couple of weeks were definitely troublesome because we didn't know what the hell we were doing. But, I mean, we've had him for 5 years now. Like, get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. So, you know, and sadly, I haven't talked to that person and it's been that long, right? And I still get word from mutual friends like, oh yeah, they were out doing this, or, you know, I saw them doing this with so-and-so, or yeah, I was going to go there, but then I heard they were bringing so-and-so, and I was just like, are you serious? Like, I mean, we're getting close to 50 years old and you're still acting like you're 15, you know, and I can't handle that. Can't handle that. Good way to push away your, and that's what I'm saying too, like, you don't need to involve all that stuff in your public display. Like I said, like, if you have opinions, use your own pride, but like, don't be going like, and I'm not like anti, like as I've said the other day, I don't necessarily hold the business accountable for like one person's action. Like, you know, there's certain companies that don't like certain people and are very vocal about it. And like, you're really bad if you go there to some people, and you know, I see the point there, but it's not like they're not hurting the business at all by boycotting. Like, there's enough people that don't care or maybe even support those kinds of things, unfortunately. Us, I just know that there's a lot of local people that have different opinions than those, that probably don't even know what's happening or have any negative. And so, I mean, I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough one, right? Everybody's got to make their own choices on how they handle and do things. And I choose not to make Happy Thumbs political or religious or whatever, because everybody's got different takes, and I respect everybody's take. Like, shouldn't be my way or the highway, and there's way too much of that in today's society. If you don't like what I like, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I don't know if that ladder placement's a good one or not, but... What up, Yellow? Sunday's a rough day for you, Brian? Yeah, I mean, Sunday is definitely a busy day for a lot of people. You know, there's football. Obviously, there's, you know, a handful or a lot of people attend church. You know, there's all sorts of things. Sunday for me, for the last however many years has been Grandma Day, right? Or Grandpa and Grandma Day up until a certain point, and then it became Grandma Day. And, you know, so I mean, everybody's got things. And I also respect real life stuff first, obviously. So do what you gotta do. The streams will always be there to watch later, if and when you want. It's always fun to interact with people live, but I totally get it. Real life sometimes takes the front seat. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. Otherwise, you end up like Doug, and then you're way behind on everything. And you can't do anything because nah, he'll be back in motion here. And in fact, he's probably out there watching right now, listening, going, oh, sending me text messages. That's right. I heard you. I heard you. I'm getting it done. Almost got this whole lower corner done. 50%. Good Lord. Yep. Yep. Ooh, I see you down there. So the last 2 days we've had like crazy weather here. It's been rainy, it's been sunny, it's been rainy, it's been thunder and lightning, it's been sunny, it's been rainy, it's been sunny, it's been cloudy, it's been overcast, it's been windy, it's been rainy. My sinuses don't know what to do. I wake up every day just more or less clogged, just like, oh. And I'm not ready for allergy season yet, but like I'm experiencing some pretty crazy sneeze sessions, and like I said, lots of movement up in the sinus cavity, which I'm not a fan of. And you know, I've learned too that having a mustache and like itching your nose, like often you'll itch and it'll push like a hair the wrong way and it'll get tucked and tickle, 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 whether it's up your nose or around your nose or on your lip or whatever. At the end of the day, there are some unexpected happenings when you have a mustache. When you got a mustache, got a mustache. Really wish they'd make a million and one ways to die in the West. That was such a good movie. Hilarious, touched on a lot of like current topics, but in old times, and like, you know, like it was pretty good. Of course, created by Seth MacFarlane, the Family Guy creator. Like, the dude is hilarious. There's a few guys that just absolutely make me roll over with laughter out there, non-stop. You know, Kevin Smith has been pretty notorious for having content that makes me hysterical. Tom Segura is another one. I tear up sometimes listening to Tom. And I don't mean like sad. I mean like laughing hysterically to the point where I can't even breathe. Bert Kreischer's up there too. Bert's a pretty funny guy. You know, Seth MacFarlane's up there. All the Family Guy stuff and beyond. Family Guy's good, but some of the other stuff he's done is good too. Atomic sneezes? I don't know about atomic sneezes. Those don't sound very fun. But I mean, I definitely get sneezes. Mine come in patches of 3 or groups of 3. So there, I have that, which is kind of a thing too. I know most people have 1, 2, 3, 4, their own pattern. Mine come in 3s. I have no idea why either. Like, that's such a weird phenomenon, right? Like, how does your body determine that your average sneeze count is? I mean, is that like a metric somewhere in this matrix simulation that we're all in right now? Right? There's a setting for that somewhere, Brian. You just got to alter it. Whew. I'll be nearing the finish line right about BRB time. I'll probably be 82 to 85%. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. One big one and you're done, huh? Yeah, I wish mine were that simple. Mine become like a whole event. Boy, this is one dirty castle. I almost called it a passel. Oh, that would be terrible, Tony. I hope that never happens, man. Doesn't sound pleasant at all. Boy. This is dierte. What's up with like some small jobs? We need some like, I want to feel like accomplished. I want to do like 5 in one stream. Like ding, 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 ding. You're done with 5. You got the Muckingham files #1 done. So far, it has not been anything like that. The last 2 jobs have been crazy jobs. Some of them have taken forever, though, like that, the pyramid, the final story level. Whew. Without the triple shreddy ready, I think that took me like 7 or 8, 6 hours, something like that, on my first go. And then Tyler was like, why don't you use the triple red? I'm like, what? What's that? I don't have no triple red. Is that a cheat? He's like, no, you buy it, dummy. It's like, what? Who are you calling a dummy? And he was right. Because that changed everything. Yeah, jobs are big, but I mean, this is huge. This is huge Jackman. That's how big this is. No? Boo? Huge Jackman? No? Come on. Come on. That's right. It's funny. Huge. Oh my gosh. How is this even possible? Parkour! Here, let's, It's raining down! Oh no! Get up there. Yeah. Oop. The audio is cutting out sometimes? I'm not sure what to say. We've had 2 people report different audio problems. Sounds like it might be a YouTube thing. It's hard to say. I mean, me personally, I'm not getting any of that in my ear, which doesn't always like accurately show or tell what's happening to the stream. Mine's direct line, where yours is, you know, split. But what I hear is what you guys hear. But sometimes my audio cuts out, but yours doesn't too. It's something to do with my headset, but that's not what's happening today. It's only happening with the game. Yeah, I don't know. Is anybody else having that issue? Maybe try restarting or refreshing your page, your app, whatever you're using, Yellow. I know Tony reported there was a delay in audio earlier, but I think that got rectified by restarting. Chacha says everything's good for him. Ay, ay, ay. Don't have any like Discord messages for mods. Holy cow, there's a lot of detail here. It's quite the moat, bro. So grody. You still got the... huh. And just to be clear, you only hear me anyway? Really? Wait a minute. You guys are all experiencing different issues, which is so random. Some of you are not hearing the audio of the game at all. Some of you are hearing the game delayed. Some are hearing it cut out. Like, that is... And not that it matters, but, you know, my Streamlabs has, like, an error counter and, like, frames dropped and things like that. It's showing 0 errors, 0 frames dropped, 100% connection. YouTube is showing excellent connection, too. That doesn't mean that that's true, but that's what my reports are. So, like, sometimes I can go, oh, well, let me see or restart this or do whatever, and it gets gooder. But sometimes everything looks good, and there's not much I can do. That explains the volume not up all the way, so you can hear me, because I'm louder than the game, I'm assuming. That's the hope anyways. And so having it down, you'll only hear... Yeah, have it loud enough so you can only hear me. That's perfect. So you're not hearing the audio delay if there is one, or the audio cutting out if there is one. So learn for tomorrow. Just turn it down a little bit, and you'll never notice. Nah, I don't know. Like I said, if I get any kind of consistencies, I can work with stuff. But if, like, 18 people are fine and one person seeing one thing and another person seeing another, I don't know if I should even mess with it, because the majority is seeing it. Again, like, it's not personal or any of that, but... Achievement for the van when it says oh, red nozzle, triple red. I have not tried the triple red on that one, but just note that if you go really soft with the red itself and like tink tink tink, like you can do it pretty easily. Like you just got to be pretty patient with it. Pretty patient. I have done it with the red nozzle. I have not done it with the triple red. I don't know if that's possible. Denise says no troubles with any of that. So yeah, I don't know. YouTube must just be acting up today, guys. But I mean, it's hard to say. Like usually when YouTube acts up, it's like a unified audio issue, not, you know. And maybe it's close enough that people aren't noticing the difference. Well, some are like, you know, hyper aware of stuff like that. Like some people don't notice 60 frames versus 120 frames, right? Like some of you are like, what? That's not possible. It's so obvious. But it's true. They've even found recently that some human eyes actually process different frame rates than others. So like, I mean, go figure. We should have known that the whole time. Not everybody sees the same frame rate. So when I look at something, my eyes may be capturing slower or faster than what your eyes are. And, you know, like younger eyes seem to see that stuff a little better too. Like, you know, your eyes get fatigued as they get older and have to work harder to do certain things, which is why a lot of people need glasses. And some are more fortunate than others and need them sooner than later or never. But yeah. It's hard to say. Nice. I'm glad it's either being overlooked or fixed, depending on how you look at it. Yeah. Haven't had a ding in a while, huh? Giggity? Not something I usually talk about publicly. Yeah, you know, I wonder if I had like a stronger PC for my streams, if things would be better, you know, especially like if I play a PC game on that PC, it has to play and run the game and run the stream software, you know, as well. And then usually when I'm streaming, I usually have like Google Chrome open so I can see the chat because I have to be able to turn it on and off from YouTube. And so, I mean, like, there's a lot of, you know, memory being accessed and used. I do have quite a bit of RAM on that computer. I believe it's 64 or maybe even 128. But still utilizing that. Plus the processor itself is 3, 4, 5 years old now. But, you know, I do wonder if getting a new PC would help or not. It's not working now. So, like, I'm not in a hurry to go spend a couple $1,000 because that's about what a PC of the nature I would need would cost. Somewhere between 15 and probably 2,500. Just depends. Do I want it liquid cooled? Do I want a 4030? 4060, 4080, like what do I want? What kind of card do I want? You know, what processor? I will likely build my next one versus buying a turnkey. but at the same time, I don't know. I'm not going to stand by that decision yet. And I'm not shopping yet or nothing either. Definitely don't want to get another Alienware like the one I have, that's for sure. The newer ones are likely better and improved, but... And I mean, the Alienware is kind of the type of computer that I would need based on like speed and parameters. Like most of the other ones are like business driven, like, you know, they don't have the processing speeds. Like a lot of people that edit and do heavy video stuff are on like an Apple, like a Mac. An Apple. Do they even call them Apple anymore? A Mac. Haha. Yeah, that's got to be an app or a network issue. I'm not sure why, but it's having trouble syncing up. Maybe try changing the quality. Maybe like up it or down it, depending. If you're on the highest setting, maybe lower it one. If you're on the lowest setting or auto setting, maybe choose a specific one. I don't know. I'm just riffing here. None of this might not make a difference, and it might totally fix it too. Restarting your device could help and fix it too. It might not even be a YouTube thing, like your phone or your PC or your TV, whatever it is, might be downloading or running an app or doing something, updating something. Could be a number of factors involved here. It's always hard to say. It's one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of PC-based stuff, just because, you know, like even the other day, Nam and he was helping me get a new hard drive put in, and I went with a different style of hard drive this time than I traditionally did. And my old ones, when I plugged them in, they just registered. They were just there. They would just show up as like drive E or whatever, right? And I got it all plugged in and it wasn't there. So I went to Google first and started searching, and Google was so random. It was like, oh, your wires aren't connected. But my wires were connected. Then it was like, oh, your wires are bad. And then I could see that the device was there in the device manager. So I knew it was being recognized. I knew it was being seen, but Windows wasn't displaying it. So, you know, I'm like asking Nam, like, what? He's like, well, what did you name your drive? And I was like, historically, it auto names them for me. I don't need to. And he goes, you're going to probably need to name it. So I went and tried to name it, and it wouldn't let me name it because I couldn't find it. And then it was like, well, he's like, well, maybe it's not the right format, so we need to format it. So we had to jump all over looking for this thing. And eventually we found it all. But it was like, man, what happened to the days of plugging in a hard drive and it just being there? You know, like, so anyways, there's always something, right? It's just, and sometimes you don't even change stuff. Like Windows will get an update and like something will change, or, you know, it's like, it's not always even you. And now I'm always laughing. It's like, oh, it's always you. And you know, oftentimes it's a me not knowing how to rectify an event that's happened, whether it's user created or, you know, update software created. I mean, there's definitely things that happen that are out of my control that I've had nothing to do with. And there's things that I probably accidentally changed or didn't know I was messing up, you know. But ultimately, the less you can mess up, the better, which is why I love consoles and controllers. Because, you know, keyboard and mouse, you get the wrong buttons or not have wide enough or good enough, quick enough fingers for dexterity in that situation. Like controller, thumbs, and trigger fingers are like all I need. Audio's cutting out. Yeah, I would try a restart. I mean, we got 20 or so people watching, and 2 are having audio issues. 18 are not. So, I like I said, if it was like a unified thing and everyone's like, oh my God, you're cutting in and out, I can't hear you or whatever, I would stop the stream and start messing with things, try to rectify it. But I think it's either a YouTube or a device-related issue at this point. But if that changes, like I said, I'm the first to jump in and try and fix. But at this point, I don't think there's anything I can fix, because I'm not sure it's on my side. All right, so we're 20 minutes out, 67%. We might get to those Muckingham files yet. I don't know. We'll never do Alienware. Any laptop. Things they refuse warrants. Well, Alienware, just so you are aware, is Dell. Alienware used to be an independent company, but like 5, 6, 7 years, maybe even longer ago, Dell bought Alienware. Dell's warranties and all of that historically have been pretty above average. I'm not sure what happened with that. It sounds like a terrible experience. And I hear you, and that's all it would take for me to stay away from the, that brand too. But I mean, historically, Dell's been really good to me, and which is why I continue to buy Dell-based computers, and why I actually was comfortable buying the Alienware, because I knew it was going to be a Dell-based product in the end. I mean, a lot of the components internally are Dell now, stamped Dell, but yeah, longer than that. Okay. Well, may or may not be a similar experience this time around then. I don't know. I don't like the structure of my Alienware case. That's my biggest complaint, is that the way that it expels heat is terrible. And there's a lot of it constantly. And it's just a big, like, you could almost fit 2 of my other Dell computers in my Alienware computer. I'm not kidding. Like, it's big difference in size. Big difference. Huge. These things. Not a fan. They used to pack parts? No way, that's cool. I used to work for a company here in town called Sun Systems. It was actually, the company I worked for was called something different. What the crap was it? It was, I can't even think of it right now. But we built Sun System computer servers. So they were towers. They were like roll-around carts that were as tall as I was. So they're just shy of 5 feet, basically, or 6 feet. 6 feet. And they had big doors, had to be bolted on, and they swung open, and then they had to have, there was all these wiring harnesses. So there was like a group of they were mostly women that sat at a table in a static-proof room, and they would wire up these harnesses. There was like 2 or 3 different kinds, and then those harnesses would then be carted out on a shelf to us in the I don't remember what the term was. It was like the builder station. And we would then wire these big towers up and basically get them all ready. There was no any kind of, I mean, we'd put a power supply in and wire them all up, but there was no smarts or anything in them by the time they left us. They went to some other department, and I think they were actually shipped out to another location, and then the finished product was done there. But we did a bunch of like the early preliminary wiring and stuff and those things, and that was a fun job. I actually didn't love the people I worked with, but I loved the job itself. You know, I had some bad experiences there. My car got broken into in the parking lot, and my stereo got stolen right out of the parking lot, and I was not happy. They didn't have any cameras or any security or anything, and I was pissed. And I'm 90% sure that the person who did it, or that organized the happening, knew me and worked there, and I'm pretty sure I knew who it was. I can't remember the gentleman's name now, but you know, he used to hang out with me and sit in my car and listen to music on breaks and stuff, and he was kind of a shadier dude. I have other things that I knew about him that we don't need to go into detail about, but I just feel like he was potentially the one that was like, hey, Brian's gonna be on break from this time to this time, pull in, and there's no, you know what I mean? Like, I always felt like it was an inside job kind of a thing, and so I definitely have a bad taste there. But eventually that place would be shut down, and the place would get bought, the whole building, and it got bought and turned into a technical school. And that's actually where Reese went to school for his last 2 years of high school, was C-Tech in Salem. And pretty cool stuff. And then a year after he graduated from there, I ended up doing some drone work for the gentleman who owned or paid for C-Tech, and that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. He was building a brand new house, and they needed some views of their landscaping. So it was easy enough for me to do. Yeah, Salem's so small that you often run into people that know people, or, you know, that had something to do with something you've dealt with or owned, or, you know, something, right? Like, it's so small. Well, I'm looking like I might be a little off on my prediction. Hey. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. You probably did something very similar to Mara at times, right? Like, I remember you had to, when you went into that static-free room, you had to, like, stand on these pads and, like, hook up this little clamp to your, like, I think it was your waistline, if I remember right? Like a belt buckle kind of a thing. And it grounded you so that everything you touched was grounded and not, you weren't getting shocked or ruining any kind of electrical components. Because there was lots of, like, diodes and resistors and all sorts of those kinds of things that were parts of these builds. I don't know how much of that is really affected by static, but you probably don't want those parts going into a motherboard and then put somewhere else that has static, because it might interfere somewhere. Yeah, clean room. I'm not sure that's what I'd call it, but that's probably what it was called. It wasn't exactly clean. It was pretty filthy. It was a decent place to work. Like I said, I didn't love the people I worked with, but I did like the job. It was a very interesting job. And I only worked there for probably 6 or 8 months, but it was a fun experience. I tried to get moved into the paint department because the painters were, like, painting on the side and stuff too, and I wanted to be I was, like, into automotive at the time, and it was either right before or right after I was going to school for automotive stuff. And so I was, like, wanting to get into auto body and paint. And that was kind of be a segue, painting these big cabinets. But it never happened. Pretty sure I got pissed at my boss one day and just walked out. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I did that a couple of times. I don't recommend it. It's not good for future jobs, but yeah, I did. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I know that's what happened at the cannery. When I worked at the cannery, I had a boss that was one of my best friend's dads, and he went away for like a 3-day vacation, and so we had a replacement boss there for those 3 days. I don't remember what it was. I said something to this guy that pissed him off, and he immediately removed me from my cushy, awesome job working with one of my best friends and put me on the belt, which was like the worst job, like the entry-level job. And And I was under the impression that I was stuck there. I wasn't going to go anywhere, and that I lost pay. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. And so I worked there, and I hacked it for about an hour, and then I was like, frig this, I'm out of here, and I quit. And, like, I guess, like, an hour after I quit, word had gotten back to my friend's dad, and he had, like, I think my friend called his dad and was like, Dad, so-and-so just moved Brian to the belt, and blah, blah, blah. And then Dad sent somebody in to go get me from the belt and bring me back. But I had already quit. Wap, 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 wow. So, like I said, I don't recommend letting your emotions get the best of you in those situations. At least go home, sleep on it, think about it. You know, you can always pee on your boss's desk the next day. You don't have to do it on the spot right there. Oh, man. Yeah, I was still living with my grandparents at the time, and I remember, like, being, like, so upset at, like, being moved, first of all, but then being like, what am I going to tell my grandparents? You know, like, I'd worked all summer. I'd saved up a bunch of money to buy a car, and I was able to buy the car and all that, but, yeah. Yeah. Reese was talking about he had sort of a moment with one of his superiors at the golf course not long ago. And, you know, I've still yet to meet this fella. And I've spoke to him via email and via phone a couple of times, but I've never met him in person. And the few times that I did meet this guy, he was sort of like week 1, week 2, like brand new to the job. And he was replacing my father, who had ran the joint for 16 years. And, you know, so he was sort of in kiss arse mode at the time. So he was, oh, yeah, no problem, Brian, whatever you want. Yeah, oh, yeah, Brian, yeah, Brian, yeah, so easy, my bad, you know, like. So my experience with him has been fairly positive, but also, you know, I can tell that there's not always a full thought process that happens before decisions and things are made. And so not long ago, Reese sort of had a run-in with him, and he came home a little upset, and he was like, I don't think I'm going back next week. And I was like, well, you're on the schedule. You can't just quit on him like that. You got to give him at least a 2-week or whatever, especially because of how you got this job and all that. Because, I mean, he was instantly hired because my dad ran the place originally, right? And so they needed an employee. Reese wanted to work there, and this was an opportunity where Reese would stay at my dad's, and he'd get to spend time with him, too. So he was like, yeah, absolutely. I don't have to go anywhere, and I get to see you, and you get a job. That's awesome. So, but yeah, we had to have a talk about like a 2-week notice or whatever. And then he actually came home yesterday, and it was just like, I don't know if I'm going back next month. So, like, it totally sunk in. Like, he didn't want to necessarily go back or whatever, but he was saying next month because he's still on the schedule for the rest of this month. Brilliant. Absolutely love it. You know, but yeah, I don't recommend just quitting like that. Yeah, the only time that I think it really ever really got me was at the cannery when I quit, when I got moved from the belt. I remember quitting. I worked at Nike for a while too in a section called Repack. And Repack was basically an online warehouse. So you could order shoes from Nike off Nike.com, and half or so of the orders that would come through would come, or this region of orders would come through, and we'd have to fill the order. So we'd get an invoice, and there was like a huge conveyor belt, and we all had a machine, and an invoice would come through, and you'd have to go walk into a section, and it would tell you, like, you know, row 2, section Q. And so you'd have to go to row 2, section Q, and then you'd find the size. Okay, here's the shoe, here's the color I want. And then you'd grab it, and then you'd stick the tag on it, and then throw it on the conveyor belt, and then it would go down the line, and the next schmohawk down there would pick it up and put it in a box and put the shipping label on it, and then it would get sent out. And I worked there for probably a year and a half, and I had a best group of friends that I worked with. We all lived in the same apartments. Like, one guy got a job there and was like, oh, it's the best. You can get a job here with me and we can carpool. And then before we know it, I'm not kidding, there was 13 of us that worked there. Like 6 of us lived in the apartments, and the rest of us were always at the apartments and around. So it was a really fun time and place. But I remember at one point, we all started dropping like flies. One of them got fired, one of them left for school, one of them's girl got pregnant and they went a different direction. So before I know it, there was like 4 of us working there. We were all on different shifts. We weren't carpooling anymore. And it was the same kind of deal where I was working this cush spot and I loved it. And then I got moved for some stupid reason. And I was only there for like 20 minutes. And I was like, nope, I've seen enough. And I didn't have any insight or any info to let me know, like, oh yeah, you should have stayed because you got called back. There was none of that. So, but I mean, I worked at that place on my 21st birthday. I worked a 13-hour day packing shoes at that joint. That's how long ago that was. 21st birthday. That was a minute ago. I could have had another 21st birthday since then. And then some. All right, we're getting pretty close to break time here. Let's see if I can get a ding or two, and then we'll go ahead and call it breaky time. Really, if I can get this floor done, but I don't know how far. Okay, the floor goes to right here. Welcome back, Tony. Did you go do a restart and stuff? Is that why you left, or was it real life that got you? No wrong answer. I'm just curious if you did restart, or if you left to try and rectify the situation, and if it's better or not. Really just looking for a common solution to suggest to future peeps that might run into something like that. Uh-oh, Brian got sick. That's not good. Sorry to hear that, dude. You know, this is a dumb question, Brian, and I apologize if it offends you or anybody else out there for that matter. But, you know, with the amount of pain and I guess suffering would probably fall into that category too that you go through, Brian, what do they have you on for medications? And just out of curiosity, like, have you ever been suggested or considered cannabis? I only say that because I have a couple of friends that, you know, have some varying ailments, we'll call them. You know, and I mean, some of them are pretty serious, like terminal, and some of them are not as serious or terminal. And I know that it's night and day difference. It's not like a painkiller in the sense that it takes your pain away instantly or anything like that. But I know a lot of people that have found some comfort with the use of cannabis, and I don't know what it is, and where you're at, what the laws are, you know what I mean? Because I know it's federally, it's still illegal, but I mean, there's plenty of states and plenty of ways to get your hands on it without worry if it's medically. So I was just curious, you know, like I've got a friend that runs like that Liquid Loud, and that's out of state. It wouldn't help you at all. You'd have to fly here, get it, and bring it back. Sending it's federally illegal. That's not anything I would recommend or advise asking anybody to be a part of or anything. But, you know, I think of stuff like that and just how easy it is. It's a little spray bottle, and it's just a little bit of liquid that's got a sweetener in it, too, so it tastes good. And, you know, a lot of people are finding a lot of help with that. So, you know, there's other ways, too. Cannabis isn't always smoking. Because I know, like I had a friend of a family member who had lung cancer. And they were struggling big time. And they did not want to smoke. But there are other ways. There are tinctures and things you can put in, like, drinks. Or you can put stuff on a cracker and peanut butter and jelly. You can make apple butter. You know, there's all sorts of ways to take it. But I also know some people are like anti, right? I mean, it is considered a narcotic, but I mean, if you're already taking heavier, more potent stuff, and it's either looping you out to the point of not being able to function, or perhaps just making you sick too, you know, you might ask around and see what's available. I mean, some find that CBD, the non-psychoactive cannabis, helps with pain and inflammation. And I mean, that doesn't even get you high. Like, you don't feel any different. It just makes your body feel better. You know, and I have a friend that makes CBD drinks. That stuff you can buy right off of like Amazon and whatnot. Now, I do some research before just throwing 20 or 40 bucks at something, but you know, it's definitely something. You know, but I mean, it's not. I mean, and again, I'm not trying to push anything, but I just want you to be aware that, like, if you were to use cannabis to help with your pain, like, no one's gonna go druggy. And I mean, if you're taking pain pills on any level, those have way more of an impact on your body long term and everything than the cannabis would, especially if you're eating or drinking it versus smoking it. So just putting that out there, because like I said, I've known some people like even my wife's father, who passed away of cancer a few years back. We actually got it recommended to us by his doctor that he try some Rick Simpson oil. And Rick Simpson oil is basically, they take the cannabis plant and they basically mash it up and derive it down into like a thick sort of black tarry paste. And you can buy it at stores and stuff. It's pretty expensive. And you know, the way that the Rick Simpson oil is made, there's people that feel that there might be some harmful processing. So there's another method that does basically the same thing, but it's called FICO. And I don't remember what FICO stands for. It's like something. But anyways, FICO is, it's like a paste, and you could put it, like I said, you could put it on a piece of toast and put your butter over it and jam or whatever. It really helped him. He went from like being in major pain and either having to pop pills that made him sleepy to like being able to stay up all day and communicate and do things. Now, cancer still won. It didn't cure his cancer. It just made it a little bit more soothing. It made it a little bit easier for him. And I know you're in pain all the time. So that's why I bring it up. And I know you have a long history of being drug free. Nothing should stop you from continuing that. But like I said, if it's doctor prescribed, no one's gonna get mad at you for puffing on a doobie or anything like that. I wouldn't anyways. I wouldn't think any less or different of you, especially if it helps you. That's all I'm trying to say. If it helps you, it might be worth looking into. If not, then you know, it's and it doesn't help everybody, right? I know people that have smoked it and don't even feel anything. So it's all up to you. But hey, Chacho, I'm always in pain. Well, I mean, the same would apply. I mean, you know, there are things out there that are natural that can potentially provide some help for you. See, prednisone, that's a steroid, right? That's a steroid. That's long term, probably not really good for you. Short term, probably helps you and makes you feel better. But all right, guys, I'm going to take a BRB. I'll be right back. What is up? I am back. All right, that seemed like it took a long time. I did go down and bust Reese's chops a little bit. It's like, did you play it yet? He's like, what? I was like, Funko Fusion, bro. He's like, no. It's like, why not? He's down there just playing Call of Duty Zombies, doing nothing productive. He's like, oh, Landon did, though. One of his buddies. Landon said he really enjoyed it. So I cannot wait. Like, if my stream... Like, if I can get the stream set up to actually show PC, then I might do, like, a short stream, especially if the wife has to stay a little bit late or something today. I don't know what time she gets out of there. She was texting me. Although, I do have a message from my stepfather, which he does not reach out to me very often, like hardly ever. So I'm wondering what's up with that. I'm sure my mom is fine, but maybe not. We just saw her not yesterday, but the day before. Oh, yeah. We've got a little bit of a development at our house. We had that thunder and lightning the other day, and the wife and I were out on the front porch hanging out, watching it, and I was standing there, and, like, our porch is really long and rectangular, and our door's, like, right in the middle of it, right? So there's, like, 5 or 6 feet out to the right, and there's, like, 10 feet out to the left. So it's not right in the middle, but it's pretty centered. And we don't go very far to the left very often. Like, our driveway's over on the right side. We come from there, we come in the house, we go back out that way. We don't spend a lot of time over on this left side, but we were over there because the thunder and lightning was kind of coming from our northeast. And so we were looking out that way. And I'm standing there, and there's, like, the big post, like the pillar, our house that goes up to the upstairs and all that, right? And because it's covered, it's all covered. And I'm looking at it, and we've got this plant stand next to it. It's been there for 5 years. Tons of plants on it. Beautiful. And then I look at the post, and I see these 3-fingered marks going all the way up it. And I'm like, what in the hell? And then I look, and we've got a gutter that goes up on the back side of that post that cuts over and goes right up onto the roof. And there's claw marks. We've got a raccoon that at least once has used that pillar and our drain for the gutters to get up on top of our roof. And I got to be honest, I'm so curious to what the crap, what would he be doing up there? Because our house is 2 stories, and where he would get onto the roof, there is literally no way to really access the upper roof to get to the back or anything. So it's just like this weird section. So it makes me wonder, did something chase it up there? And what would have chased a raccoon up there? And my mom showed up. That's what reminded me, because my mom showed up, and, you know, with their rental houses and living at the beach and all of her experience with all these different places, she's seen a lot of raccoons and stuff in her houses. And so they've had squirrels living in their houses. And so when she saw it, she goes, oh, yeah, that's definitely raccoon paws. That's definitely raccoons. And we're like, what the crap? She's like, well, one's on your roof or something. She's like, I'd get your cameras going up there. I'm like, we don't have, where are we going to put a camera for up there? So we got to figure out what that's all about. You know, I investigated yesterday, which I'm Detective Brian Clouseau, and I didn't really come to any conclusion of anything because there was really nowhere for it to go. Did I already get this one? Yeah, that one's done. So I'm feeling like, oh, something popped right there. 9th hole border. Okay, so we've still got some border stuff somewhere. Oh, that's okay. Where are you at? Aha. Gotcha. apparently there was a big Volkswagen, well, there was a cruise that I knew about this week, but there was a big event called Team Bucket. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of that before. Apparently it's like a nationwide thing. And it's like a group of people that don't have very nice or expensive cars. And so they embrace like the crappy car, I guess. But what was weird is this show that they had at the Team Bucket show, they were all like prestigious, amazing, like 1985 cars, 1990 cars, 1995 cars. Like they were like showroom. Like, so I'm like, this ain't buckets. This is like the opposite of buckets, you know, like, but a couple of guys that are part of a Facebook group I belong to went and posted a ton of photos. And I was like, man, I didn't even know how I missed that. But there's a big one coming up that we go to every year, Pacific Waterlands, on September 8th. And it'll be nice to get out. It's one of our final events of the summer that we go to every year. I hope Justin's there. That's the plan. Oh, I know. They can climb in all sorts of places, but they can't climb a straight wall, though. And that's basically what they've run into up on the roof. Like the climbing up on the gutter on the side pole, I totally get that. Like, that doesn't surprise me at all, other than we've just never seen that kind of activity at our house. We also had deer in our yard yesterday morning. Yeah, yesterday morning. We don't often have a lot of wildlife because we're on the edge of the city. We had the turkeys that one year. I don't know if you guys remember seeing the turkeys. We had like 7 or 8 turkeys just walking through our neighborhood. I have no idea where they came from. My grandparents' house out in the country, we had a whole family of turkeys that lived there for multiple seasons. And they named the head Beavis and Butthead. That was the 2 main turkeys. They were both males, and they named them Beavis and Butthead. I'm not even kidding. They'd never seen the show. They had no idea what Beavis and Butthead really is. They knew I watched it. They laughed at the names, and they named their turkeys Beavis and Butthead. That's a real story. So this support, I still feel like those golf clubs, they don't even appear to be on there, so never mind, I guess I don't need them. This should be me right now out front. I need to, we discussed me power washing the front side of the house and the driveway again so that we could paint our house and then just have a nice clean driveway. But I have not. I basically told the ladies, you know, give me some gas and I'll do it, because I refuse to get gas in my car. Like, that's my We have cars that can get gas and not spill gas or smell like gas or any of that. So it was the Honda was our main gas getter. Now it's like it probably makes more sense to get gas in the GTI versus the Tesla. But I'm still pretty much anti. And I mean, my interior is like a 9.5 out of 10. Like, I know that's dumb, but you don't have a nice car. And in this case, I'm going to likely be selling it to Reese, so it will probably be fine if it downgraded a little bit. But at the same time, I'm trying to keep it as nice as possible for him and whoever, right? Like, for me, if I end up selling it somewhere else. Boy, I saw an ad this morning for a car pretty much like mine. They were asking $17,000 for it. And they're like, low miles. It was a 2013, so a year newer than my car, right? And it had 60,000 more miles than my car. I don't think they're ever going to sell that car. And if they do, poor person who buys it. But I started thinking, man, I got a GTI y'all should buy. You know? I'd love to get, I'm selling my car to Reese for basically pennies. Like, I'm being a good dad, and he's getting way below market value, like half of market value. And I feel pretty good about that. And I don't need, because of my situation and my saving and everything, I don't need to get full value out of it. But I'm certainly not trying to give him the car either. He's had a pretty good run so far at life, and most things have come pretty easy to him. He's had to work for some things, but not everything. And I just want, as he gets older, I want to continue to raise the bar, right? I want him to not feel like everything is just deserved. He just gets whatever he wants because he wants it. Spoiled, one might say. And that's true to an extent. I mean, he's an only child and an only grandchild on Jillian's side, and it'll stay that way. There's no planned kids for her brother. He's decided he's not doing the kid thing. So we are the only ones on this side, on her side. And up until a couple weeks ago, you know, my brothers hadn't made any progress in that department, but I'm officially an uncle now, and baby Luke now is part of the family. Handsome little dude. Just trying to go see him on Saturday, but I'm also trying not to, like, be all up in my brother's stuff all the time. You know, my youngest brother Alex and I, we haven't been close. Like, we used to be fairly close when he was really little, and then when he turned into a teenager and he was like 16, 17, you know, we hung out a few times, and you know, a few things didn't go well for both of us, and as a result, he and I kind of didn't talk for a while. And then he got his stuff together, and he decided to work at the golf course and take over my dad's position. And then him and Reese were working together all the time, and I was seeing him at the golf course all the time, and so we started seeing a lot more of him, and all that old stuff kind of got left behind. We actually were talking about it the other day. We were laughing when I went and saw him and the baby for the first time. We were telling all sorts of stories about when he was little, because we took him to go see the movie Elf. And you ever have one of those, like, painful people in the audience that's really loud? Sometimes it's laughter, sometimes it's talking, sometimes it's just annoying. We had one of those guys that laughed, and it had just like a crazy laugh, and it was like laughing at everything, even the not funny stuff. And it was Elf, the movie, so it was pretty funny, right? So, but even the not funny stuff, and he was like 2 rows behind us, and he was just I don't even remember the laugh, but it was just really annoying and loud. And that's like forever gone down in our memory books as like an awesome time. But also, he was telling me, he's like, you know how pissed I was at you? He's like, I must have been like 7 years old, 8 years old, and you guys offered to take me and Tyler to go see a hilarious Christmas movie, and I was so mad at you because Texas Chainsaw Massacre had come out and was in theaters, and I wanted you to take me to that because Mom wouldn't let me see it and Dad wouldn't let me see it, and I wanted to see that movie so bad, and you wouldn't take me. I was so mad at you. Until that guy started laughing, I didn't even want to speak to you. I was like, oh man. Could you imagine though? Like, his mom already wasn't a big fan of mine. If I would have taken him to Texas Chainsaw Massacre when he's like 9, 10 years old, however old he was. Come on. How does your wife like the car? Oh, she loves it, Ryan. She absolutely loves it. We talk about it all the time, and no regrets at all. Like last night, she had to charge it, you know. We were like, oh, just think about it. All you have to do is plug it in right now, and the thing will be ready to go by the time you need to go in the morning, and then some. And it's so easy. You know, people are always like, oh, you got to charge, you got to waste all your time. Like, for daily driving, it's actually better because she never has to go to the gas station, ever. So, you know, people talk about, oh, you got to go to the gas station. Most of the time, unless you're going on a long road trip, or for some reason you forget or don't plan ahead, you almost never need to charge unless you're on a road trip or at home at night. And so, like, not having to go to the gas station ever is nice. She was taking shots at me the other day. We had a new gas station pop up, and I was like, when the crap did that show up? She was like, I don't know. I don't use gas. I was like, oh, no, you didn't. So she loves it, and I'm super happy for it. And she honestly, she wanted that car, but wanted it less than I want my Golf R. And wanted it for less time than I've wanted my Golf R. And she knows I've been saving. And she knows I've had 1 or 2 opportunities that we probably should have or could have struck on that I missed out on. And then she also knows that now I'm waiting for the new one, and it's just killing me having to wait. And so she's like, anytime I see anything that I'm interested in a car, she'll pretty much drop whatever to talk about it or to go see it or, you know, like ask me questions like, is it really what you want? Does it do this? Da, 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 da. And then like, because I've looked at a few Teslas that have the Plaid, which is like the super fast ones, the super like 1,000 horsepower equivalent, 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. Think about that. 0 to 60 in less than 2 seconds. You talk about, sorry, I had to. That's a little nerve-wracking. It's kick you back in your seat and you stay there until somebody lets off the throttle. It's wild how fast those are. But there's a couple of them that I've been looking at. We've talked about going to physically drive them. We just haven't made it there. She is all about me getting a car, though, and really wants me to get one because she feels bad. She also knows that, like, last winter, my sunroof failed, and I had those. It wasn't really even the sunroof. It was because I have a sunroof, but there's these vents that get clogged, the drains that are not supposed to have debris and stuff in them, but get debris in them if you live next to like a pine tree or spend a lot of time next to pine trees. And apparently previous owner had. We don't even have a tree. We have 2 trees on our property. And they're both about 7 feet tall, and they're dogwood trees. They only bloom for about, you know, a couple months of the year, and they're just beautiful structures otherwise. And so we had to go through that, and my car was wet and soggy, and it really stressed me out, you guys. Like I would try to say it didn't, but that would be a lie, 100%. I was yelling like, get this friggin' thing out of my side. I don't even want to see it just driving off a cliff. Like I was so over that car for a month and a half because of that problem. And then we got it solved, and it's been totally dry. It monsooned the other night, and I was afraid to go look at it. I haven't actually gone out, but it's been nice and sunny afterwards, and you'd see the windows would get all sweaty and gross if it was wet in there, and it's not wet. So I think that problem's been solved, at least for now. And Reese might have to deal with it at some point if he does keep the car long term. But we know how to deal with it and where to, you know, and it's a couple hour processes also. But yeah, I'm ready for my car. Unfortunately, the one that I want, I won't even know. So the one that I think I want doesn't come out for another month or 2 at least. And whether I'll be able to sit in one and see one right away, I don't know. And then I'll probably be like, damn, I should have bought the last one, you know, instead of the new one. And I don't know if I'll have that option at that point. I might get lucky and there might be like a used one or a one that's sitting on a lot that nobody wants because the new ones are out, but I don't think that'll be the case. 89%. So we will make it to Muckingham, I think. My dad did 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds yesterday, F-150 truck. Yeah. It must have been an electric truck. Must have been the electric one. Yeah, I know some of those electric trucks are 3 to 3.5 seconds, especially on a nice dry day or whatever. It's a hybrid. Well, so electric torque power. Yeah. Yeah, some of those are pretty wild. That's for sure. The Tesla's Plaid is ridiculous. I've read in Ludicrous. I've not rode in Plaid. So I've not even experienced the one. The one that I did was about 3.5 seconds. The Ludicrous mode. It is my buddy Scott's Tesla Model S. And it was intense. My other buddy was with us too, and he's not as into going fast as I am. So he was in the front seat, and I was in the back seat. And he told me before I went, he was like, I absolutely hate this. He used some more colorful language than that, but he was like, I absolutely hate this. And he's like, but do it to show him. Do it to show him. And so he punched it, and I can see my friend Jason in the front seat just being like, no, no, stop. I've had enough. I've had enough. It's not for everybody, that's for sure. Yeah, right? I mean, that's ludicrous. Plaids. I mean, that's the thing. That's not me saying that. That's Tesla. Like, there's actually versions of Teslas that you buy, and on the back bumper or on the back of the car where the emblems are, there is a sticker like this, and it's literally the plaid from the movie. It's, I swear. It's awesome. And so if I got a plaid, it would have that sticker on the back to represent. I would probably try to take mine off, though, so I was a sleeper so nobody saw it. It's one thing about my GTI. Like, I've taken all badges off the back. It says GTI on the front, but it you can't tell what it is. So you don't know, is it an R? Is it a Golf? Is it a GTI? And I don't have any, like, performance stuff on the outside. I have wheels, and I'm lowered, so I look aggressive, but nobody really knows that I have any work done. And at the end of the day, my car is not that fast. It really isn't. It definitely handles a lot of cars off the line. I don't lose very often. I make some pretty good times at the racetrack, but it's really not that fast in the scheme of cars. Like, it's not. And that's part of why I want to go far, because that's a step up in the platform, and it's all-wheel drive, which will be, delivering the power is such an important factor. So I'm one of those people that does care about, like, 0 to 60 seconds and stuff like that, or 0 to 60 times and things like that. It's something about adrenaline. Ever since I was young, I've always loved the rush of adrenaline. Like, you know, when I was really young and dumb, I used to do stupid things. I won't go into any details, but I would do stupid things. And it was always not because I was doing harm or stupid things or breaking the rules. It was just the rush I would get from knowing that I was doing all that, right? Like anything to get that. And so, like, the racetrack, oh my God, you guys, that feeling of, like, your heart beating through your chest and just having, like, all that, like, it's all of a sudden your whole body gets warm and, like, everything gets like I don't know how to explain it, but I love that feeling. I love it. And, you know, there's also that sense of embarrassment that comes with it too. Like, you know, like when you don't have a good launch, or you break something, or you're really slow compared to who you thought you were going to be. There's all of that as well. You know, the last Volkswagen show I went to, I didn't want to race because I just felt like, you know, I didn't want to be like the slowpoke. But there was only like 1 or 2 cars that weren't like Beetles or Bugs that were built to the hilt, that weren't like 10-second car. Like, I would have been pretty much like the 2nd or 3rd fastest car beyond any cars that didn't pull wheelies. And so I thought about it then too, but I know if I decide to race this time, I'll probably be the slowest of them all. Reese says he can't download the Funko Fusion demo. I told him to get good. I don't know. I don't know. And I sent me an inappropriate gift in return. Yeah, I'm not sure why he can't. I don't know if anybody else out there has tried. Kirsten, your old laptop might be able to run it. Might be able to. Don't look at the stats of minimum requirements. Just try it. That's my recommendation. PC. Funko Fusion has a demo out on PC. So if you have a Steam account, you could look it up and potentially download the demo. Now, unfortunately, you have to have a PC, and a decent one at that. Like a Chromebook probably ain't gonna cut it. But I don't really know what the minimum requirements for the game are. I know that it ran on my setup, but I was also using my beefier setup, which is a little bit nicer than my other one. Like, I have a 3070 and an i7 in my main one, but it's also got a bunch of stuff bogging it down and making it slow. But it ran great. There was a few things that happened that were like bugs of the software, not so much my computer running it, but other than that. And they were known too, like when the preview build was given to me, it was explained like, hey, you might run into a few things. Like if it's slow to load in this situation, just know that we know about it. And if after you beat this, you don't get the final scene, just know that we know about it. And so there's a few things like that, but mostly it ran great. We decided not to go see Alien Romulus last night too. I decided. Wife and I ended up doing that Monstera pot, and we cooked dinner and just kind of hung out. And then I was trying to convince her to watch Alien and Aliens again, but I don't know that we'll make it to the theater. I mean, we might in the next couple of days. But if we're going to wait until digital release, we might want to wait to refresh our Aliens. Because apparently Romulus is supposed to happen in between Alien and Aliens. So there's like a bunch of stuff that overlaps. But again, I haven't seen it. I don't know. I've heard nothing but wonderful things about it. I saw on Twitter somebody was posting a camera version of it. They were like, posting the whole movie right here. Enjoy this cam. And I'm sure whoever it is probably getting in trouble with the FBI at this point for posting it. But, you know, I was kind of disgusted by the fact that somebody would even post a camera version. Like, I don't know if it was a cell phone or what it was, but they probably weren't supposed to be doing that. Especially posting it online for others. Like, I'm surprised with like GoPro cameras and stuff, how like you can like wear them on your head or, you know, on your chin or wherever. I'm surprised. And maybe there is. I mean, maybe I'm just not aware of it. I'm surprised there isn't more like piracy in that regard. Right? Like, again, maybe I'm just not aware of it. 'Cause it seems like everybody's got like a GoPro with like a cam, a helmet cam, or a, you know, something. I have one for what it's worth. Like, I have a couple of them actually. Yo, we're at 96%. Nice, Yellow. Go check it out. Go see if it can run it. I will say that when I loaded the demo this morning on my good PC, I thought the game froze or wasn't loading because it got stuck seemingly on a screen that said compiling shaders. And when I talked to Reese, he said his buddy had played the game and it did the same thing to him. It just sat there. And that might be what Reese was talking about. He might say, that might be why. It might have said he can't download it too. I know that a long time ago, I sort of linked his and mine account so he could play my games, because I had a couple of games that he wanted to check out. And so rather than just buy it for him, I could just sort of share the account with him. And that might be why, like, because I've already downloaded it, maybe it's already showing up. I don't know how any of that works. I don't PC game very often. Very rarely. Only when there's like a game, like a demo, like for example, Funko Fusion, that I can't play anywhere else, do I then play on PC. All right, you guys, we're at 97%. 97. Let me check, make sure I didn't. Oh, Might my stepdad wants to talk to me about golf clubs. You know, important-ish. So what he's really saying is, so I know your dad and Reese and brother all work in the golf industry. What does the guy got to do to get some clubs at a discount? I know that's what I know that's what it's probably not really that. To be honest with you, money's not really a problem. Not really a problem. But money usually isn't a problem for people because they are, you know, smart with how they shop. I swear I saw some flashing right there. Oh, that's going to be a pain in the arse. I haven't finished the demo, but so far, Brian, this is pretty fun. Haven't had it. Nice! Yeah, I haven't played the thing levels or level. I don't know how many you actually get. If it's all 5, if it's just the 1. The way it was originally explained to me is that it would roughly be 30 or so minutes of gameplay. They also told me that what they showed me originally was only a couple hours of gameplay, and I ended up getting like 10, 15 hours worth of play out of it. So, and I'm still could go back and find more. I know there's stuff I missed and whatever too, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. The game is super fun. I can't wait for it to come out. I mean, it's going to be stressful because I'm going to be, you know, having to write guides, and hopefully Doug will have time and we won't be like super bogged down because, I mean, guide work is kind of like a race to the finish line, and people don't realize that. Like, there are like multiple levels of gamers, but the ones who often are the most adamant about 100%ing and playing to completion are often players who are hyped for the game that play right away. So if I don't have the stuff they need, they will likely search and try and find it elsewhere. And with a game like Funko Fusion and a lack of Lego games, there's so many Lego-based channels that are like playing this because they know it's going to be a great game. And so, luckily, I know a lot of people don't create guides, and if they do, they're not necessarily complete guides. A lot of them are point and shoot type tactics where they like, oh, starting from here, you'll find the collectible over there, versus like playing from start to finish like we do. And I know a lot of people appreciate both sides, but I know that our audience definitely loves the fact that I showcase the whole gameplay, not just the collectible point and shoot stuff. Oh my gosh, I'm at 99%. That is wild. I feel like there's still a lot to do. Like in the middle and stuff. Get views. Yeah, well, I don't know how much they explain. Like, I don't know if it starts off in the factory, like my demo did, and like it runs you through like a boss battle. It's kind of like a tutorial, but but at the same time, it really wasn't. I mean, it sort of gave you the storyline information, but I mean, it wasn't like jump through this hoop and do this. But it kind of took you through some stuff and explained how to play it. But like I said, it wasn't like a standard tutorial. And I don't know if there will be one when the game comes. There's still so much that I didn't understand, like what the crap, like certain sodas, like are they just called like blue sodas, yellow sodas, red sodas? Do they have an actual name? I know what most of them did, but like, is there a name attachment to them, or what's going on here? There should be, must be like right here. Huh. Must be right there. Yep, it is. All right, so, ooh, gross. Ching, ching, ching. Nice. Oh! Nice one, nice one. Yep. You guys are like, oh no, don't start that again. Yep. Like one spot on this wall somewhere. There it is. What? There it is. Yeah. Alright. Got something in my eye. Well, I mean, I did a pretty good job of cleaning this as I went. Whatever's left's got to be small. Okay, so there's some stuff up there. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Hey, dude. What happened with the Funko?
They just hit the demo thing in a weird spot.
They hit it?
Yeah, it's just usually demos from like their own.
Right, but you found it though.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have the shader issue too?
I haven't even launched it.
Ah, exciting. So he found it. It was just in a weird location. All right, let's take one quick peek here before we start looking at the percentages. I know I found some stuff up here, but I'm not seeing anything. Aha. Lackly. Ooh, I see you. What about anything else? Okay, okay. Oh, I see you too. I know that saucer over there is still needing it. Okay. And that's good. It looks dark, but it's good. Kiosk. Kiosk! Oh, what was that? Okay. Hey! Come on, get up, get up. Booyah! Booyah show. Alright, let's jump from over here. It takes so long to turn around, but I can run and jump pretty good. Yeet. Yep. That's all good. It's all good. Mushrooms good. Wood's good. Alright, let's start ringing it off. We got battlement wall. Okay. Oh, I see it right there. Oh, there's a big chunk up there. Big chunk. Exit rocks are good. It's still showing that it's dirty. It's not even the one. Why is it not flashing anymore? Because it's the outer wall. Okay. Ooh, the outer wall. If you're Canadian. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there's a little bit right. Alright. Turret roof? Turret roof? Turret roof. Oh. Silly. Oops. And so we got tower battlement, tower windows. Gotta be. Oh, there we go. Another one over there. Now, one of these windows is not complete. That's good. I guess I should just look at the. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. And that one is good now. We got to get up there because that one is not. All right. Good, that one's good, that one's good. I think we're good on those now. Oops, I keep hitting the wrong button. Cave rib bones? That'd be over here, right? Cave dragon. Rib bones. Probably like right here. There we go. Alright. 96. Central bricks. No. There's the steps. We want bricks. Ooh, 8th hole border. Okay, let's get that bad boy. Cool. All good down there. Nothing popping up. Nothing that way. Nothing that way. I never did find what I was even looking for. Oh. Ninth hole moat border. Nice. That's all good. Central stairway protruding bricks. Central stairway. Oh, there was something right there. Was it the flat? No. The hole? Is it the hole? Yeah. Nice one. 8th hole cleaned. Giggity. So those protruding bricks has got to be like right here. Where the crap is it, you guys? Okay, let's go to something else, I guess. Courtyard arrows. Those are over here. Okay, looks like it's this one. Okay, got that one. Courtyard raised floors. Steps, huh? Okay, nailed it. That's not what I was after, though. Something else was right there, too, it looked like. No? Second hole's good. Third hole's good. Fourth hole. Good. It's like it's bugged. Audio's delayed and cutting out for me. Interesting. I don't know. I can't help. I'm getting 60 frames a second solid. 4,420, 4,600, 4,577, 4,700 kilobytes a second. Like it's flowing. So I on my end, everything looks good. YouTube's saying excellent connection. Like I said, there's not much I can do about it. I don't know why. Let me ask this: Yellow and Tony, where are you guys located? Like, are you guys Central? Are you guys Europe? Are you guys where are you guys at? Because I wonder if it has something to do with like a server in between us or something. 8-hole shields. It's 9-hole. 8 holes like right here. Shields. Okay. Nice one. Okay, now what? First hole. What? Yeah. Okay. Golf ball return bucket. That's down here. UK. Nice one. Gateway walls. Okay. There's some banner too, eh? That one's good, so it's got to be like right here. Yeah. All right. 6th hole. Perfect. And let's see here. So back up we go. 2nd hole, small boulder. Yep. 2nd hole, small boulder. Stepping stone. Where's the boulders? Forest rocks. Forest. Oh, there it was. Small boulder. Small border? Am I reading border and not boulder? Am I reading that wrong? Like a maroon? Probably. And then 2nd hole sign. Stuff, y'all. 9th hole, small boulders. We'll go back this way because it's like right now. Actually, 9th is at the top. Nice. Is that the... No? Okay, so let's go from down under, huh? Courtyard raised floors. Boy, there's a lot of stuff on this one. Can the courtyard be considered over here? Raised. Oh. Central stairway protruding bricks. And I mean, it's done. Central stairway protruding bricks. Central stairway protruding bricks. Like it's gotta be right in here. Seems like that would be it. Central stairway protruding brick. Central stairway protruding brick. Is there another one like right there? No. Neither of them are flashing, right? Oh, here it is. Booyaka Show! Spray sound is not matching the sprays, huh? Well, have we seen this on any other stream? Has that been an issue? I asked because before I change anything, I'd rather try a restart. Because that could be it too. You know, there could be something on my end. All right, Muckingham Files Part 1. Let's clean a food truck. Why not? Let's see here. This didn't happen with last streams. So yeah, either A, it's a YouTube blip, or B, it is you know, something with my computer. I'll definitely do a restart if we have problems tomorrow or whatever too. Triple ready shreddy, it's back. We will we'll start messing with some things because there is like some sync delays and things like that that I can add or remove. I don't think there's any active at the moment, but oh, how I've missed the triple ready shred. Oh, how I've missed the triple ready shreddy. Things don't match with my stream, but that seems to be the only issue. So it's either affecting more people now, or y'all a bunch of liars. No, I'm just kidding. Whoa, I gotta clean the inside of this piece too? Yeah, we'll want like action and combat and stuff to match up though, like whether it's Apex or Fortnite or, you know, any of that stuff. We'll definitely want things matching. I know that historically we've had some issues with stuff, and often a restart of the PC will fix it. Sometimes Streamlabs just doesn't want to cooperate. Sometimes the PC. Sometimes I need an update to my video card. I looked. I have no current updates waiting for me right now, so that might have something to do with it or might not. You know, I wonder. No. I was gonna say, I wonder if I have Steam active. I wonder if Steam is open and causing some turmoil, but it is not on. You know, sometimes just having extra programs open can slow down the processing or whatever, so something like Steam is large and in charge. No, it's not easier to stream from my PS5. Doesn't allow camera, doesn't allow buttons, doesn't allow anything. So, no, it's not easier. There's equal amount of possibilities of issues with network errors and, you know, things not working. But like, yeah, you can't do any of the stuff that I like to do. Can't connect it to see live subscribers. You can't connect it. There's a lot of things that you can't do. Hopefully someday they'll change all that, and maybe they have made some updates or improvements since the last time I looked, but I've never streamed from the console directly as a result of the lack of options that are there. Now, if you don't have any of this other stuff and you're just starting, totally nothing wrong with that, but if you've had a camera and you have a nice microphone that you use and you have settings and stuff that you like that work. I mean, this is the first stream out of I don't know how many hundreds of streams we've had without any issues, so I'm not too worried about it. And I mean, up until 2 minutes ago, it was 2 out of 20 people, so I'm not sure if it's always been there and people just weren't catching on to it, or if something changed. I mean, this could be 100% YouTube, could be fixed with a restart of my PC. I mean, there's a lot of things. So, PlayStation has camera? That's new to me. I know that on PS3 you could use the PSI, but they haven't had a camera available for... They don't make a PS camera, do they? If they do, I definitely don't want to buy a crappy... The Eye was the worst camera to maybe ever exist. I don't know if you ever used it, but it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. It was the only thing that it was ever good for was playing Burnout and smashing into people and having it take a snapshot of your reaction. Dia's the only thing that was ever good for. But yeah, I'm not aware if there's a PlayStation 5 camera or not. I definitely am not trying to go that route, though. And when somebody donates, you wouldn't be able to see that live. When somebody subscribes, you wouldn't be able to see that live. Like, so you lose out on a lot of interaction. And again, nothing wrong with it if that's what you got. If that's what your setup is and you're not worried about those things, and no big deal. But somebody who's been streaming for like 6 years and always had all that stuff, it's probably not a good idea to get rid of it. Or dumb down the camera and microphone scenario stuff. Especially over like one. To me, I'm not worried about it. We'll get it solved. We will get it good. Yeah, if they got cameras that work, it makes me wonder why Kirsten never used one. Valid question. I just know that PSI was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Small job, for sure. Yeah, I definitely am not upset about that. I wanted to ring off a couple of them today. A couple small jobs. Let's see here. Where? Oh, there it is. Like, which way does it go? Only cameras that work with consoles are console brand cameras, and they aren't good. And that's what I was worried about. I know that the PSI was terrible. I have no acknowledgement of I have no experience, or I have no idea how the other ones are, but PSI was terrible. What? Are those footprints, or is that just leaky water? I hope those aren't like rat tracks. Last thing I want in my food truck is rat tracks. I guess it could be the raccoon that climbed up on our roof, huh? Huh? Yeah, I have not. I didn't even know there was a PS5 camera. And if I did, it was written off as something that was not worth anybody's time. Again, I have no experience with it, but I mean, somebody who's put effort and time into like researching it, like Kirsten, I would definitely trust her. She knows what kind of quality I'm looking for and where I've been at, and if that's not, you know. And my camera is not even high. I actually bought a $600 Sony, really nice camera, but unfortunately, the device that I need to hook up to my stream, I can't run it and my stream capture at the same time because my PC is slow. It's not even that my PC is slow, it's that for whatever reason, they used old technology for the USB root. So instead of, I have some 3.0 terminals, but technically it's not running 3.0 speeds. And we did a bunch of testing. Elgato worked with me and my computer for months trying to figure it out. And we finally determined that the root hub speed of the USBs was not fast enough to run more than one at a time. My main computer, I can run it, but I don't ever stream from that one. This is gross. Seriously. I would not eat at this place. In fact, I would definitely call the food inspector. This is like disgustingly gross. Surprised that hasn't dinged off yet. Yeah. 2-second delay or more? Really? That's pretty noticeable. I wonder if I'm getting in on this. I can't tell because I'm not getting any stuff. I just see water spraying. I mean, typically there should be roughly a second or two delay between me doing it and you seeing it, but it should all match up when it actually happens. It should all be in sync and not like in the sink. See what I did there? I guess I don't see a sink on this side, maybe on the other side. Yep, there it is. Bye, 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 bye. Oh, not that in sync either? Okay. I don't even know if that's really this. I have no idea if that's... I know that was a boy band song. I don't know which one it was, though. I use an LED light. What is that? PS4 cam works great. Gross. Yeah, I know the PS4 cam was junk too. I'm pretty sure actually I had that one as well because it was long, right? And it rotated. Had like a pivot point. Yeah, I don't know where it is, but I had that one at one point too. In fact, I wonder where that is. I've got a lot of junk like that that I have no idea where it is. Old peripherals and things like that. I may have traded it in or sold it or given it to somebody too. I'm fairly generous with things I don't use. I have a couple gamer buddies that are quite behind in times, or at least they used to be, and so I would hook them up with stuff, old console parts and things, and adapters and connectors, and I'm like, I don't ever take it, borrow my game that I don't play anymore, use it, I don't care, you know, just trying to be a nice guy, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's got me wondering where that is, though, because I really have no idea. It's got to be downstairs in our big entertainment center thing. I'll have to ask Reese if he's seen it. Not that I really care, but just for whatever happened to it, you know, like whatever happened to that thing. I know I never had the 5 one though. I never bought the 5 one. Wish they'd make another Goat Sim game. There, I said it. I really liked 3. 1 was pretty fun too. And I don't think we ever got a 2, right? It just went from 1 to 3. 1 had a buttload of DLC, so they probably just considered that the second one. Or somebody's cooking something down there. Almost smells kind of doughy like pizza or something. Last I heard, dude didn't have any pizza or any money, though, because he was trying to hit me up on break. He's like, so I didn't get paid, and I'm pretty hungry. I was like, cool story, bro. Do you play Funko Fusion? It's like, what? No. I'm hungry. It's like, oh, okay. Quarter pounder with cheese. A Royale with cheese. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. That's why we had the camera. It was for PSVR. That's why we... Yeah, you're... I didn't even think about that. Yes, 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 yes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where is my ladder? What? How did I put it on the other side? How did I put it on the other side? Two wild and crazy ladders. That's wild. Wife made a bunch of peach cobbler yesterday too while I was streaming. She was talking to her friend yesterday, and her friend was like, "Oh my god, I got some peaches at this place," and blah blah blah. And Jill was like, "Say peaches again one more time and watch me go get some." And she did. She went and got a ton of them, and she ended up making 3 cobblers, which, I mean, I wasn't mad about on any level, of course, because who doesn't love peach cobbler? But she's like, "You know what? I have to go get more." And I was like, "Why?" She's like, "Because I was trying to make a peach crumble, and I followed the wrong recipe. I wasn't paying attention." I was like, "Oh, well, it's delicious." So she's like, "Well, yeah, I figured you wouldn't mind if I went and got more and made more." I was like, "No." Reese was having it for breakfast this morning. That's when he was talking about food. I was like, "Bro, are you eating my peach cobbler? Better stay the hell away from my peach cobbler." All right, so I think I pretty much just got like, oh. Come on, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I still see some more up here. Hamburger. Yeah, I never did hear back from Boo about playing some clowns. I think he's mad he didn't get the platinum with us. I mean, I wouldn't be mad, but I wouldn't be glad either, right? Like, come on. What else we got, bruh? Whoa, we're almost there. Come on. Really? That's cheeky. Ooh. I see you. Really? Ingredient unit. What? Probably got to get under that thing too. I already got it. Well, come on. I'm not seeing like a thing. Aha. Food prep unit headlights. Gotta be like from this weird, yeah, I'm gonna say from this funny angle. Food prep unit, ingredient unit. Okay, so those are both like right along here. Ingredient unit. Okay, so food prep unit. Yeah. Let me try something. Let me just see if this changes anything. I don't think it'll change anything, but I just reset the capture within Streamlabs. Debo Chubb is Buddy's name, who's given us this job. Debo Chubb. Yeah, the Der Burger restaurant. Yeah, yeah. Holy. This one seemed like it was going to be small. Whoa. Some seagulls making noise. Now that's a big dish. You call that a large? Remember that whole McDonald's commercial for you call that a large? Super size. Come on, I know that handle's gotta. Feel like I'm at like a wildlife refuge or something. Be cool if like there was stuff going on around us, like earthquakes happening at like a geological research center or something, you know. Just... That'd be fun. Did it fix it? I see yellow saying OMG. I don't know what we're... If we're OMGing that it fixed it, or OMGing something else, or... Sometimes just resetting the capture can help. It's better. Alright. Should have tried that a while ago. Sorry. I thought about restarting or resetting the software while I was on break too, but in the event that something would happen, I didn't want to like waste a bunch of time trying to figure it out. I just figured once I was done, I'd restart it and then we'd play tomorrow and see what happens. And Kirsten, did you get the game all downloaded for tomorrow? I know Gerg said he did. When I look at my list of people who have the game, it doesn't show you yet. And that might just be because you haven't fired it up. I have not fired it up. So I'm just making sure that we got it all downloaded, no problems with the code or anything like that. And again, tomorrow's stream could be game of the year stuff, or it could be like a half an hour of me freaking out going, this is the dumbest game ever. It hasn't happened very often, but I'm pretty sure there's been at least 1 or 2 games in the past that I've been like, sorry guys, I'm over it. We just started, but I'm over it. Can't think of any that come to mind, but I'm sure it's happened. Nice one. What game is that? That's what I'm saying. I don't remember what game that. Oh, what game's tomorrow? Shoulders of Giants. Shoulders of Giants. I keep wanting to call it On Shoulders Giants, because in my head that makes more sense to me. But I haven't played the game, so I don't know why it's named that. We'll find out soon enough. It's a new game that just actually came out this week. It was offered to me by the developers in a quest to get the name out. And so I told them that I would do my part by streaming it to my peoples. And they said, that sounds delightful. How many codes would you like? And I said, as many as you got. No, I just said, you know, I got at least 2 people playing with me, so. And we have no idea, like, I mean, I may love it and Kirsten may hate it. Kirsten may love it and I may hate it. So who knows what'll happen. We may work it out where that she ends up streaming the finale of the game on her channel because she liked it and I didn't, or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what'll happen. So, I don't know how fast this one's gonna be. This one seems like it might take some time. Her channel can be found on Happy Thumbs Featured or HappyThumbsGamingTv Featured. So on the main channel page, there should be at the very bottom. We can get some links though too, probably. Kirsten's out there. This would be a great time. Raised, want to use. Super helpful. If not, I'll do it in a couple minutes here. Just remind me. Or let me know if you find it on your own too. That is also an acceptable form of subscription. Yeah, she hasn't streamed in a while. We were talking the other day and she said, you know, I feel like I'm interested in a game that's coming up, and I thought maybe I'd make my stream return with that. And I went, whoa, whoa, whoa. I planned on playing that game. And normally we try to, like, not play the same game at the same time just out of, you know, preference for, I guess, for you guys, so you're not watching the same stuff, or so you're not comparing me, telling me how bad I am compared to Kirsten or whatever, right? So, Kirsten did this in her first try. It's taken you 75. What a noob. So we try to avoid that kind of stuff. But we have been known to play the same games. You know, like Alan Wake 2 and other games for sure. Yeah, we still have it. Did we need to? I have not purchased said game yet, but it was on my list. I feel like it's I feel like it's my kind of game. And I'm not saying it's not your kind of game. I'm just saying, like, that's one of those ones that, like, you know, with like some games that came out in this last year or so, like Starfield, for example. You know, I wasn't sure it was my kind of game. Once I changed some factors and got over a few hurdles, it was actually quite enjoyable. At the same time, there was so much pressure and hype around me not liking it or liking it that I was just ready for it to be over. You know, I've thought about actually giving it another go in my own time, but so far I have not. But 3 shots. My favorite stream help moment of all time, not related to me and Kirsten, but and I won't throw anybody under the bus, but some of you might remember who it was. But was when I was playing Star Wars or Jedi Fallen, whatever, Jedi something, whatever it was, and just use the push force. Brian, what are you doing? Use the push force. All you have to do is use the push force. And I'm going, what button is it? Is it something you unlock? I haven't had the push force up to this point. Is it something that I have now? No, just use the push force. It's R2. It's R2. What are you doing? Just push it out of the way, Brian. Come on. It's not hard. Just push it out of the way. And me just losing my ever-loving mind. I don't have push force. And I really didn't have push force. It was not unlocked yet. So I don't know how this particular scenario was different for them than it was for me, but it seemed like it was. And oh my gosh. I nothing but love for the person involved in this, and we haven't seen them in a minute, and I'd love to see more of them. But I like that was one of those moments. It was just like, I don't have it. You know, like, I don't rage. That was probably one of the closer moments to me raging, though. Seriously. Yeah, this is gonna take a minute. Like, probably more than normal time. Which, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, unless y'all are really wanting me to try to fire up that Funko Fusion. And maybe what I'll do is try to get it all set up and good tonight, and then tomorrow, like, especially if like the stream turns out to be bad and I don't like the game, or we don't like the game, or problems with the game, or whatever, right? We might go a different route with it, and I might have, and then I'd have that all set up, or potentially doing it afterwards too. I don't know if getting this top stripe is going to be enough. Gotta be. Oh, the railing goes all the way up. Y'all know how I feel about that. Ugh. Get up. I feel like that's one piece, the ramp, so we might be able to ring this off. Hey, Justin is back. What is up, dude? What is up, dude? How dare you let your battery go dead while I'm streaming? Yeah. Looks up at the sky and says, weird weather we're having, huh? Like, nah, go on, Gary. Anybody seen that Twisters movie yet? Definitely weather related. There's a bunch of, there's like another movie too on Max right now. It's called like Twisters of Doom or something like that. You always have your phone charging? That's pretty pretty impressive task. Mine gets charged at the beginning of the day. If we're ever in the Tesla, my shorts don't hold, like the pockets don't hold my phone very good when I sit down. So there's a charge spot for 2 phones in the Tesla. So my phone often sits in that while we're driving around. Even if it's just to a store or whatever, it still sits in there because it'll fall on the floor if I don't put it in there. It falls right out of my pocket onto the floor. It drives me nuts. That's just my shorts, though. I love the shorts that I wear. They're a brand called Kouhl, K-U-H-L. I get them at REI. They're stretchy, comfortable, durable, and just very, very much like them. They're pretty expensive. I make sure the wife goes and buys them now because I freak out every time I see a price tag. I'm like, I'm not paying $70 for a pair of shorts. What the crap? But they last a long time. They're good to me. Just a bit outside. My Buick got flooded. No! Tarp didn't do the trick. Ugh. Well, is it like a seal? That thing doesn't have a sunroof, right? Where do you suppose it's leaking from, Justin? If it has a sunroof, I would recommend trying to unclog the drains for that. Ironically, you might have missed it, but we talked about that earlier, that I had to go through that in my GTI last winter. And how I'm not looking forward to winter, because I mean, I think we've solved it, but I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want Reese to have to deal with it. That's kind of what I told him, too. I was like, bro, as much as I want you to have this car and you want it, I don't know that you want it. Like, you might be better off getting something else. Now, we can kind of control that by getting a car cover or an awning or building a nice little carport or something, right? Like, we can control a fair amount of that while he's at home. Now, out and about gets a little bit more questionable. But like the rest of it, though, the car is mechanically sound. It's got a lot of, we know the history. So it's like, you know, even if it does leak, we could probably control that enough that it would be better for him to have that than taking a gamble on just a random used car, right? Let's see here. This game will definitely benefit from your guide. Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, I don't know what that particular demo is providing, but, you know, there's 7 silver crowns per level in the main story bits that we got, and that seems to be the plan. 7. So it's kind of like gold bricks, but they're silver crowns. And then there's a couple of other collectibles. One is like a fossil. It looks kind of like a gold ember like you'd see in Jurassic Park or World. And then there's also a Foxy doll. It's called like a Foxy repair piece. And it's like, it looks like almost like a lantern, like an old lantern light. But inside, instead of fire and light, it's Foxy. And it's like, there's 64 of those, 1 per level, plus a few scattered around, I guess. And then there's 2 collectible types that we never even encountered. They weren't in the build, so we don't know how. They're level specific, so it's something we'll have to show and figure out. But I couldn't even get to them. And then there's also these molding orbs, I think is what they're called. And there's usually a blue one and a red one per level. So there's lots to do in that game in regards to collecting. Maybe too much? You know, like I like the 10 mini kits, you know, 3 character tokens, and maybe a gold brick or 2. There may be a lot. I mean, there's going to be a lot. So those, again, I don't know what we're calling them yet. I don't know if we'll call them free play, if we'll, if Funko has decided a name that they want to call the second playthrough, the return playthrough, or the collectible run, or, you know, I don't know what we're going to label it or call it. We'll have to call it something, because there's going to be levels for story on how to just get through and complete the levels. And again, I don't know how the thing varies. Like, if it follows the some and like at first you gotta like fly the chopper and like I don't know. Like I'm curious to see, because in the opening scene, there's some Norwegians who don't speak a lick of English, flying in a chopper, chasing a husky dog through the snow, shooting at it. And my wife was like, I don't like this at all. This is ridiculous. Why is this happening? And it's come to believe that they think that the thing that they found might have infected the dog. So they thought the Norwegians weren't just being mean and bullying or killing a random innocent dog. They were trying to prevent the thing from spreading. But again, I don't know how the Funko is receiving that. The Thing is a pretty violent and scary movie. So I don't know how they're going to handle that, because it's kind of an all-ages game. But I'm already trying to find things and not sure what to do. Keep in mind, too, that not all items... I mean, there might be items missing from the build. So although it may show in the final screen that that's part of the level, those might not be achievable based on the characters you have. Like, for example, in the Jurassic World level, there is an area that you can buy a bounce pad from one of the molding machines and then bounce up to this rooftop, which then has a grate. It's a red metal grate that has a fire icon on it. You cannot get through that with the characters or the abilities and items they give you in Jurassic World. You actually have to go and play in another level and unlock the fire flamethrower from a chest, or one of the characters from The Thing now has a flamethrower as their primary weapon. So other characters might be available to you, but like you're not going to be able to get through the levels on your first go, like in just like in story mode of Lego. So there's so much that's just like Lego, but so much that's different too. Which is why I'm so excited for it, because it's like the same but totally different. It's a whole new experience, but also reliving similar mechanics and theories. The rule of three in the demo, it definitely existed. It definitely existed. Certain guys you had to take out, and like they didn't have a health bar, but you took them down 3 times, and you take them down the 3rd time and nothing would happen, and there'd be like a 10-second delay, and then it would catch up and run a cutscene, and then that part would be over and you would be done. Rule of 3. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff that overlaps, but there's also stuff that's very different. Like in Lego games, historically, you don't really have items that you pack around. I mean, I guess in Lego City Undercover, I mean, a little bit of like in Lego Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, there was kind of some things that you used, but like it's different still even in how they're being used in Funko. Justin, I don't know if you caught this, but there is a PC demo live on Steam right now. You can play some of it right now. I know you've got a laptop that can play some games. I don't know, or maybe it's a full PC. You got a way to play some games. Definitely worth a go, bro. Definitely worth a go. %. All right, so this is definitely gonna go over. I know that once I get up on the actual satellite dish, there's gonna be a lot more ground probably happening faster because it's just big and round or whatever, but I got a new PC? What? Oh my gosh. Then yeah, you can run it then. That's awesome, dude. Congrats. Minecraft in 4K. For sure. All right. nailed it. What? Trim? There's got to be stuff on top, right? Who needs a stinking ladder to get on top when you got extensions? Has anybody ever used an extension kit like this on a real life power washer? I almost bought one the other day because we were talking about doing the house stuff, and there's a couple of really high up spots that, I mean, I could get to, but I don't really want to like be up that high. I don't want to really tie myself up to the roof and any of that either. So I was just kind of trying to avoid as much of that as possible. So I looked into some kits, but I just don't think they're going to be very effective. So, I mean, I'm doing pretty good. The scaffolding's not going to help out too much. Or will it? I mean, I guess I'm going to have to hit some of this outer lower wall from somewhere. Let's go ahead and give it a little bit of a boost here. Yeah, so this should start peeling off percentage a lot faster now. Kind of sounds like Gray's notification for Discord. I keep hearing it. Yeah, I don't know what you'd do without this triple red. I mean, seriously. Well, I should remind Doug, too, and let him know that there is a demo available. I think he's got an active PC. Well, I can still smell that food, whatever it was. It's making me hungry. Look how far that reaches. That's redonkulous. I don't even have like the far extension on either. I've gone up 5% in like 5 minutes or less. Right. Sounds like Priest is down there talking to people. Is Jillian home already? No. Must be Mima or friends. Usually when he has friends over, they'll holler up or say something or get on stream and be like, I'm downstairs right now eating all your food. Yeah, keep waiting for Reese to stream over here on HTGtv too. He's got everything because he's got all like, you know, a really nice computer and stuff that he's built and a few items that he's bought. But he's also got a lot of my older stuff that was you know, my old HyperX mic, decent mic, looks great on stream and stuff too because it's RGB and everything. But I found the quality of the Elgato to be a little better, so I upgraded to the Elgato. But he's got my old HyperX and definitely has benefited from a fair amount of stuff like that from me. So he's got everything. He bought a nice camera too. It's the newer Logitech camera. So mine's old. In fact, I have a newer one than the one I use. But believe it or not, the software that runs the newer one is almost the same, but it's different. And it doesn't allow the amount of changes that the one that I use has. So like, there's a zoom, there's a balance, there's a pan, there's a tilt, there's brightness, there's all sorts of stuff that I can mess with. And I always mess with the zoom. And yeah. I mean, there's some things I can do to fix it. I really just want to get a newer PC for my stream setup so that I can run my 4K cam link that I have and then run my nice camera. I mean, it's literally done nothing but collect dust sitting over on my shelf over here since I bought it. And I bought it like 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. And I'm not kidding. It was like a $500 camera that I bought specifically for being a stream cam. But I couldn't use it without the extra Elgato cam link part, and I couldn't use that and capture or stream at the same time, so just haven't been able to use it. I know my Alienware PC should be able to handle it, but I mean, I replaced the cam link, got a different one. I mean, like I said, we went through it for weeks with Elgato. I was running files doing like PC. Like, I had diagnostic software that they created, that they sent me, that would, like, run tests and see all these different things, and I'd have to, like, put it in different modes and do all, like, I did a bunch of stuff with them for weeks. And they finally just said, sorry, guy, your computer sucks. Our products are superior to your PC. Yeah, I'm sure if Restream too, that his friends would be more interested in watching and creating stream watch time, right? So it'd be helpful for many reasons, but it'd be fun to see him just, you know, be in his element and do his thing, because we play very different games. And he's pretty good at Call of Duty. Like, he really is. Like, he doesn't really play a lot of the multiplayer, but, you know, Warzone, he is pretty decent at it. The zombies of all type, I mean, he likes some more than others, but he's pretty good at all those. And I mean, he's camo grinded for days, weeks, months, so like, he's got so much experience. He knows so much about the game. Like, it'd be fun to just see him, like I said, be in his element and kind of showing off and playing. Uh-oh. He's listening. No, it's raised. Copy that, Race. Appreciate the heads up. Alright, so we're almost halfway done. It is officially normal stream and expectation. But the party must go on. We gotta get this satellite clean. Gotta get rid of the muck. Aha! That feels good. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of this percent is going to go super duper fast due to, like, being up top and just washing down all the inner stuff. I got, what, at least a third of the bottom side of the dish done now, too. A lot of gunk around this edge here. This lip needs to be cleaned from both sides. feel like the red does so much better. But up close, that yellow seems to have a little bit wider spread. It's hard to say. Watch, I'll probably end up having to go over like an hour or more to finish this, even though I think it's going to go pretty fast. Oh, that ladder right there is not movable. It's actually dirty too. Dang. Guess I haven't brought a ladder up here, so that sort of makes sense. Making sure I got all these poles. Oh, no, I don't have that one. Got it. I'm sure I got that one, yep. Alright, get your arse back up there. Get to work! Dirty, dirty. It's so stinking dirty. Chat got quiet out there. I got quiet in here. Just working our way to that 50 mark. Won't be long now. I like the sound of the green one better. It's a little more mellow. Lost your chat, oh no! Over halfway done with the outer deck part here, which is good. It's really good, that's good. So we're getting really close here. Wonder if I'll get any more of those poles. Hopefully I got all those done, because there's quite a few of those, and I hate those round shaped, you know, posts and pipes and things. because they always make you get them from so many different, and it's accurate, right? I mean, you got to get it. It's just a harder shape to get. Can I get a ding? Please. That one shows it's still got stuff. Another ladder on this side, huh? I'm just now noticing as I spray the dirt away. Yeah, this is some thick stuff too. Like, this definitely could use the triple ready shreddy. Probably have some fluids that I can use too. I'll save that for up top though, because usually it's pretty good at just taking the dirt away, especially on the metal stuff, the rusty looking stuff. Done. That one's done. That one's done. Okay. So feeling good about that. Now we just got to clean up some of this. I think this is the area that I was using the green one on. It's a little bit snuck by me here. Yellow just does the work that's needed. Okay. If I can just get this floor. Hey, all right. This is gross. Yeah, this is definitely gonna take a minute, huh? Ding. Back and forth and forth. Back and forth and forth. Sorry if you're still out there, Brian. It's like watching tennis. Yep, back and forth. And then you got me, the McEnroe of the group. Why are you doing that? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, come on. That ladder's got to be about done. It's dirty, all right. And what I mean by dirty is these fools who made the game made it extra cheeky. There we go. It was a silent ding, but it dinged. So let's see. What's the best way to handle this? Clearly we got some close quarters combat here that's going to be hard to hit from the scaffolding. Look at all those footprints. Who's been up here mucking it up, huh? Wasn't me. Came to clean, not to make it gross. Yeah, these ladders can, they know what they can do. See it here. Yeah, let's go back to yellow. The bird's getting louder. I don't know if it's because it's getting closer or it's just my headset got turned up or what, but it's kind of scary. putting the chat to sleep today, aren't I? I know some of you are out there watching. I know that. It's awfully quiet, though. It's okay that mine's not movie quality. This should be getting fairly close to a ring-a-ding-ding. Oh, no, it's all one piece. So this lower outer spot isn't going to pop off. Oh, wait, yes it is. That was just a funny angle. Can I get a ding? Yay. That's true. 1001 questions is usually worse. Especially if it's different people asking the same question at different intervals. Because I just answer the same question like 17 times in one stream. And some of you are like, not again! We already know the answer to that! Where were you earlier? Interaction does make the time go by faster, though, so there is that as well. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Sound just like him, don't I? There was Gray's notification again. Enemy at the Gates is a great movie. That's an intense sniper battle. Yes. Oh. Yeah, that's a great movie. I haven't seen it in a minute, but it's a great movie for sure. It's intense, you know. I've always thought like sniping's fun and all that in video games, but boy, after you watch some intense stuff like that, you're like, no thanks. I'm good. I'll take your word for it. Alright, ring-a-ding-ding anytime you want, game. Thank you. That was funny. Do you even ladder, bro? This is kind of fun. It's like a machine gun. Oh boy. Still so much to do. Still so much to do. This part I think will go a little faster, as I've been saying, but I mean, with these little cracks and these little grooves, will it though? It's such a funny angle. You know, I don't know that I ever saw radio in its entirety. That's one where, like, the walkie-talkie, not the walkie-talkie, but the CB radio kind of goes back, right? I don't want to spoil anything for anybody. 30-year-old movie. Probably not that old. It's probably like 10, 15-year-old movie. No, it's not, huh? What is radio then? I'm not sure I know what radio is. I thought that was the one where they, the kid talks to his dad via the CB or whatever. But his dad's not there anymore. Frequency, yeah, probably right. I don't think I've seen radio or frequency. I'll just double down on that. All these funny angles. So easy to get sidetracked too and be like, oh, look at that funny angle. Let's get those. See, I've got the side of the stairs from the other side, but I haven't gotten this side. Or the ladder. And I haven't gotten on the underside too, which is gonna, it's a funny angle. Ooh. It's all right. Nobody knows that I'm afraid of heights. Nobody knows. It's kind of scary up here. Can I get a ding? I said, can I get a ding? Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go none. Let's go you. And let's go, what do we got here? What do we got here? Multi-purpose. What about metal? We got 5 liters of this junk. Squeak, 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 squeak. How bad is that squeak on the mic? Better save that just in case there's some real grime. Sound is matching up good now. Okay, so all it took was a reconnect to my software, or my capture, to the software. Can I get a ding? It's probably this bar right here. The real grime, no doubt. This ain't no grime. Take care of this later, now, so I don't have I don't get stuck with a statement later where all that's left is, I'll let you decide. 'Cause in theory, the wife shouldn't be off work for another hour yet. But today is the first day back. There are no students. I keep hearing things downstairs that make me feel like, oh no, like somebody's here besides Reese. And again, it could be my mother-in-law, could be Reese's buddies. Oh. %70%. That feels good, but it's not going very fast. That bird, it knows what it can do too. What if there was like a bird's nest and I had to like work around it? Where you failed the job. That'd be like a real life PowerWash scenario, right? That's a long way down there. Holy cow. Been watching the Legends. Holy crap! How many hours you put in? Thousands, bro. Thousands. I appreciate you watching. I see your comments and stuff too, Justin. I appreciate that. the comments, the likes, all that stuff really does help too. So if you guys are watching, one way I sort of track how I see some of our content is liking, right? Because like we've been having the wife watch and stuff too, and she's like, "What? How do I do? Did you like it? No. Well, if you like it, then you'll know if you watched it before or not. You know. So plus the like helps tell Google and YouTube that yeah, actually this is worth watching. So any and all help in that department is greatly appreciated because we're almost to 1,000 hours of watch time. I mean, after today, there'll probably be another 60 to 75 would be my guess, especially since we went over a little bit. And next few days, it'll ring up a few views and a couple minutes of watch time as well. But I mean, ultimately, we should be hitting 1,000 here in the next day or so of tracked hours, which is different than actual analytic hours. And hopefully they all catch up and make sense. And there's another step too that requires another 1,000 hours on top, but I don't know, I don't really understand what it is or why it's there. But it says 3,000 hours, and then I've got another one that's 4,000 hours. But the one that gets us memberships and super chats and all that is 3,000, and we're making good ground on it. You mentioned the bad though, because I can't leave a comment on the TV. Yeah. Well, I mean, watching is awesome. Watching and liking is awesome. Watching and commenting is awesome. I mean, any and or all of the above, you know, is all helping. So, and it's starting to add up. I mean, there's only like 30 of us, 40 of us that are really actively doing stuff over here. Like there's other people that come and go. There's people that check it out like, oh, I just subscribed or whatever. But I mean, day to day, there's probably 40 that show up and spend more than 10 minutes hanging on an average, you know? So if you think about it, 40 people putting in 1,000 hours, that's quite a bit. Doing the double, Brian Street. Nice. Double. Back in the day when Gary and Nick were around. Double. You know, I hear from Gary here and there, so we still talk, and things are okay with him. You know, I have not heard from Nick in 4+ years. You know, Nick had some health stuff. That's not what happened in the end. I still, to this day, don't know if I said something, if somebody else said something, if somehow he was offended. I mean, Nick was like a very tough-skinned guy and had a great sense of humor, and it's no mystery of why we got along. And, you know, I don't remember ever saying anything that should have ended a friendship or anything. There was comments exchanged back and forth, and I don't even remember what it was that, but I mean, I don't know. You know, and I mean, historically, I've definitely upset people in the past, not intentionally. Well, some probably, but in this case, I appreciated Nick. I thought Nick was a cool guy, and appreciated his time helping out the channel and streaming with me, and all the times we had laughing and you know, being inappropriate off channel too. Like we definitely spent a lot of time together for quite a while, and for him to just disappear one day, and he's still in the Discord channel, although his Discord account doesn't seem to be active. His YouTube channel still exists, which means he's at least been online and watched something in the last year. You know, but I mean, I don't know anything beyond that. And like I said, I've contacted Gary, so I kind of know what's going on with Dude, but I don't know with Nicky Poo. And I'd love to. I actually sent him a Discord message like maybe a week ago. I hadn't reached out in over a year, and I was just like, hey man, I don't know if you see this or not, but we all miss you. We'd love to see you. We've been revisiting a lot of those old streams you were a part of, and you know, I still don't know what happened. I hope it wasn't a health thing, because you know, he had pretty gnarly health scare for a while and fought through it and quote unquote beat it, but then some stuff was kind of coming back, and so I don't know, you know, I have no idea. Nick may not be with us anymore, and Nick may just hate Brian, or Nick may have thought Gary was a schmo and thought I was going to choose Gary over him. And I mean, I have no idea. I really have no idea. I'm just riffing random ideas of what could be. But, you know, there are some things I don't miss, like him using a long-range weapon aiming down sight while trying to fight in a close-quarter combat. There are a few things I don't miss, but I mean, ultimately, we all have our flaws. I do things that Nom and Tyler find offensive too, with my loadouts and the way I play certain games. But I mean, that's just how it is. We're all a little different, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing we're all a little different. If we were all the same, it'd be pretty boring pretty fast. But some of those early Apex days were quite fun. I don't think we got many wins, if any. I think I played like 300 games and didn't have a win yet. But the team I was playing with wasn't necessarily accustomed to playing those kinds of games, and certainly weren't used to playing with me, and it was new to me, and I was still learning and bad at game. And I still have my moments or my days that I'm either really on or really off to. Fortnite, man, I just couldn't really get it together on Fortnite Friday for some reason, and normally I do pretty well. I mean, shoot, I had like 36 kills in 2 games back to back playing with Kirsten that one stream, and I mean, you know, maybe overall bots, maybe I don't know. I have no idea. I am about to hit 80% though, you guys. See how talking and interacting with y'all has made it go way faster? We just gone from like 60 something to high 70s. Higher than a whale. Watched a 4-hour stream today already. Nice. Well, technically, yeah, because we've been streaming for 4 hours. Oh, you mean another one? Oh, okay. Nice. I mean, you start doing some rough math. You know, we had a solid 20 for almost the whole. In fact, I think we peaked at like 24 or something like that. So, you know, it's pretty safe to say for the majority of the 4 hours we had 20 people. And, you know, you take that 20 times it by 4, that's 80, right? Give or take. So, I mean, there should be some decent numbers coming up. Hopefully it all adds up. I can't wait to do like a 20 dono as soon as we get it back. I'll probably do like 4 5s just so that Teflon doesn't get to bump me out with one, you know, 1 or 2 different donations after that. Nothing worse than doing a high value donation and then having Teflon come and swoop and knock you off the podium with 3 $1. I mean, I love it. I appreciate it. But I mean, you know, value for value, it's like, wait a minute. I remember that day that Ben donated and then he came and swooped in and knocked Ben off. It's like a $200 donate, maybe even a $300. I think he did a $100 and a $300 one. And I mean, it's funny in a way because it's sort of troll type behavior, and we live in a troll type world. But like I said, I do sort of, you know, like if somebody donates a big amount and then he knocks them off, I've been known to bump them back up because I can control that to an extent. Like I can't just pick and choose and keep somebody there, but I can re-bump a recent donation. But he gets mad. He's like, oh, now Brian's cheating. Well, I mean, in all fairness, we're trying to showcase people who have donated and been super generous. And if your goal is to knock them off as soon as they do something generous, that's kind of cheeky in itself. That's kind of cheating in its own right. Holy crapatoli. I mean, I'm sure I've got some nooks and crannies that I missed along the way, but I think both ladders are done. I've got the undercarriage mostly done, other than the under dish. The dish part is like a third done, maybe? And I'll have to use the scaffolding to get it done. But, I mean, we made a big jump, just like I thought we would, moving up into this flat, open stuff, because it's just... It just compiles so much more, so much faster. Ring-a-ding-ding-ding-ding-dong. Okay, I was gonna say, I know there's some cracks up here. Hatch. It's got to be from the under. All right. Now back to the slow grind. Speaking of beards, about to cut mine off. What? You gonna be a beardless Justin? Don't tell Tude. Do not, whatever you do, don't tell the Tude man. All right, you might be safe for now than you will be in a couple weeks to come, because he's still fairly busy at the moment. But yeah, you definitely don't want to let the Tude man know. He'll consider that betrayal in its highest form. Mentioned some handlebars. Yeah. I was kind of toying with that the other day, because this here is getting longer. Like the last time my wife trimmed, we didn't really get the side spots. So, whoa, that's not what I meant to do. So I was like laughing, telling her the other day, like, we saw a guy with a handlebar, and she's like, I love your mustache. And I was like, should I do it? She's like, oh my gosh, if you did a handlebar. I was like, all right, I like the sound of that. So I was considering. I don't know that I have the chops for what it takes for that, but. I know it takes more product and more patience and more effort too. I'm sort of like a set it and forget it. Like we shave, like trim me up, like, you know, every other week, every third week, depending on, you know, various factors. And I just don't know that I want to put a bunch of effort into that. If you notice my hairstyle, you might notice that I don't have a lot of product or a lot of style to it, for that matter. Okay. Let's see if we can make some ground from here. Probably get that middle stuff pretty good from the scaffolding too. Maybe I'm too far away. Hoosier, what's up? Good to see you. Oh, I get it. I mentioned Starfield a few minutes ago, and your ear started burning. Sarah sent you a direct line. Brian's talking about Starfield. Better get over there. I guess it's been a little while since I mentioned it, but still. What is up? Welcome to the stream. We're just doing this big dish. Unfortunately, it's not a dish with some food in it, because I could eat right now, that's for sure. This level middle looks like a butt. Butt. Going to get my Funko demo while waiting for... Yeah, that's what's up. I have not played the demo yet, but it looks amazing. I watched The Thing over the weekend, knowing that it was coming out today. I'm still curious to see how the Mega Man overlap is, because there's supposed to be like a Mega Man overlap in there too. But I have not seen or played it yet. Justin looks like a butt? Oh, them fighting words, Chacho. Them fighting words. Wait, are you saying Justin Sans beard looks like a butt? I don't know if I'm gonna have to be Team Justin on this one, bro. How dare you speak to our guy like that? Chacho's frantically typing, that's not what I meant! That's not what I said, Brian! Stop trying to throw me under the bus! I feel like butts. Surprised I haven't gotten this long arm here, this separator piece, but ooh, pushing 90. Hey, wait a minute, I can get a lot closer. Told you Chacho was frantic typing. No, not Justin. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. It's like, damn you, Brian. You're always getting me in trouble. Is it me? I blame Nom. My caffeine's starting to wear off, so I'm like honk shoeing over here. Yellow works pretty good too, eh? You can ring-a-ling-ding anytime you want, game. Yeah. We should get a, I don't even know how the Discord threads really work, but we should get a Discord thread going that talks about movies we have watched recently to get in the spirit of Funko Fusion. And I'll start off, like I watched The Thing. What else did I watch? I watched, is that all I've watched? I feel like I've watched another movie in celebration of, Well, I did go get the old He-Man Masters of the Universe box set. So I have all of those. But I've only watched like 3 or 4 episodes. And let's see, what else? I also got Gilligan's Island, but that has nothing to do with Funko Fusion. At least not yet. At least not yet. You never know what they're going to bring to the Fuge. Come on, just ring off this inner piece for me. Must be some funny anglage. Oh, nice. Green's actually doing decent work. LEB! My husband has fallen down watching this live stream in the other room. I think I might need to buy this for his birthday tomorrow. Wait a minute. Was I not supposed to say that? Hopefully he's not watching still. This is a great game. And happy early birthday. Wish I had more creator superiority where I could, like, you know, offer up some game codes and stuff for birthdays. Be pretty cool if I could. Well, that was a weird sound. It sounded almost like thunder or some sort of big bass. I don't know if that was picked up on mic at all or not. It might have just been like our door closing. We have a door that's needing to be readjusted, actually, so it thumps pretty good. That sounded more like thunder. I don't think we're supposed to have any lightning or thunder today. According to this, no, it says it's 75 and nice out, so definitely not a thing. Oh no! Huh. That's weird. It's not in game. I don't know what that is. Almost sounds like a, still looking for the butt. Yeah, I haven't seen the butt either. I don't know what Chacho was talking about. Is he talking about that? It's almost sounded like our garbage cans rolling down too. Kind of like a rolling thunder kind of a sound. Because as they roll down. I don't think that was it either. It's not even a garbage can day. In fact, not even close. Our can days are Thursday. So we often put them out Wednesday, but it's definitely not can go out day. It looks like a butt, Chacho says. I don't know that I see a butt, but. Whoa, that bird, when it makes that noise, I swear it startles me a little bit every time. Every time. I wonder if they have like a player with the most hours played on this game. And I wonder if I'm anywhere near it. Like, you know, like Apex, I've played a lot more than the average person. But I know there's players that main that game every day and have played nothing but Apex for years and have like 5, 6, 7,000 hours. Oh, no! Let me move this a little bit further over even yet. Thinking of dropping off something. No! No! anybody dropping anything off? I said, leave me alone while I'm cleaning this the satellite. We never did get a link up for Kirsten's channel, did we? I know Ray's had to step away, and I don't remember Kirsten saying anything, but I don't recall seeing her in a few minutes. So remind me again when the stream's over if we haven't gotten that resolved yet, because I want to make sure everybody has access to her channel. Now keep in mind she hasn't streamed there for a minute, but is gearing up to go back to it at some point soon. I've been trying to convince her to fill up the spots that I have on my schedule. So like right now we have Thursday and Saturdays that are wide open, and I said, you know, why don't you stream then, and you know, do the same 10 to 2 or whatever, and then that would give a couple extra days right in the normal stream time for the people who are daily viewers, and I think they'd love that. And then, you know, have her a couple nights where she does her night streams too, right? Like, I think that'd be great, and I think that would you know, help her gain momentum towards actually getting her channel monetized. We were pretty close for a minute. We just needed a little more subscribers, and I think if she would have kept at it, those numbers would eventually join. I mean, it's not easy, you guys. It is a grind, and you get to a certain point and you sort of hit a wall, and then you feel like you're maybe never going to gain any more ground, and it can be very demeaning and demoralizing, and you know, and then if you got other people watching or talking trash or competing or doing better or worse, you know, I mean, it's always extra, right? So definitely can take a toll on mental health and just overall state of life, but also could be awesome. Yeah, I don't think the ats work like you would want them to here. Like, it didn't light up and show anything fancy or anything that I noticed. Maybe I missed something, but I really hope I can get this. I moved way over here thinking I had all of that area done. And I did. Oh my gosh, it's already 3, so I did have to go now. I thought this was going to take like 20, 30 extra minutes. Well, one bright note is we've still got the majority of yous here. Some of you have stepped out and returned, which is great too. And, you know, it's certainly not hurting watch time. That's for sure. Hurting my stomach. Get some food in my belly time, but my belly's big enough. It should be able to sustain a little bit longer without food. So wait a minute, why am I not? This is like done, but it's not. That's weird. Why am I not getting that, huh? 95%. I still feel like I've got a lot of ground to cover for 5%. I mean, I think there was that small building I had to do too, right? Like all the stairs that came up to this thing, the undercarriage, the overcarriage, just the tip. There, I said it. I wasn't saying it earlier, but and then of course I still haven't really made out the butt, but Chacho says there's a butt. I mean, I guess I kind of see it right there. It kind of looks like the side view of like, there's like the thigh and the leg going down. I guess I kind of, we're stretching our imagination a little bit there. I guess I can see it. So what you're saying is this would be Sir Mix-a-Lot's favorite level? He likes satellite butts and he cannot lie. You other fellas can't deny. Yeah, I did read that kind of the same way, Justin. I kind of wondered, like, hopefully he fell down with excitement and, like, not really, like, fell, like, ouchies fell. Hopefully he was just like, what is this game? I've never seen it. I need it. And you were able to, maybe swoop it up for him. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully he didn't actually fall and hurt himself. Especially from heights that I'm up at here, too. Higher than a whale. What's your hour count on PlayStation, Chacho? You probably have more than me. I'm just curious. I have 113 on PS5. I do believe... I can't remember if I played any on the PS4 or not. But I do know that I have, like, probably 50 hours or so on the Xbox as well. Not quite as many as my Apex gaming, though. In fact, I think I have... Well, no, Killer Clowns doesn't have this many hours. I have quite a few hours of Killer Clowns, too. I've played that game a lot. Even off stream. I played it a bunch by myself, which I don't often do. I have been playing this other game, though. I haven't even talked about it at all. With Alien Romulus coming out, I picked up an older... it came out like last year, I think. An Alien game. It's not a typical Brian game. It's a little bit different. It's like almost like a point-and-click strategy type game. And I haven't made it very far. Like, I've gotten through the tutorial and gotten through like 1 or 2 levels. But I have not gotten very far. So what is going on here? There's a lot of little tiny spots. Is this really preventing me from getting the ding? Or is there maybe like some side stuff that I'm not getting up there? Because like there might be some on the outer edge. Because I mean, look, there's like nothing in here. I mean, there's like a couple little tiny... Oh, see, that's probably what it is. Oh, no. Oh, and look at that. Yeah, that's definitely... Let's get straightened out here. Actually, let's want to go out on that deck there. So jump. Oof. Just some funny anglage down here. Nothing to see here, people. Whoa. Alright, so let's stop moving like a weirdo there and see if we can... Actually, let's see if we can do more of this, because there's some funny angles out there. Reese was playing this game quite a bit when it first came out on PC, but by the time I got my hands on it on Xbox, he'd pretty much quit playing it. I don't know if it was like one of those things like, Dad's playing it, it's not cool anymore, or if it was something different, but you know, if it's not Call of Duty or a couple other games, it's pretty hard to keep his attention long term. I mean, that's not just a him thing, right? Like, that's a lot of people with a lot of different games. For me, forever, it was SOCOM. I can't imagine if they were still making SOCOM what my channel and content would be like. I've been thinking about bringing SOCOM 4 back to play SOCOM 4 and just play through the campaign on live streams. I thought about doing all of them, but it's very different equipment to get the PS2 working. I'd have to create like a smaller screen because the resolution is very small in comparison to today's expectations. So 1920 by 1080 is not a possibility. Come on. Yeah. Let's see here. Just making sure that wife's not home yet, and she's not. Oh, that's silly. So I guess we'll do it from this side. Instead of going up, we'll go down. Shreddy with the triple ready. What were your hours, Chacho? And what up, buttermilk biscuit? Yeah, posse's on Broadway, bro. My posse's on Broadway. My posse's on Broadway. And let's not forget about the Kid Sensation. If we're gonna talk about, you know, Mix-a-Lot, Kid Sensation was a pretty big deal back then, that era too. Which I don't know if he grew up to become like the adult sensation or if he just fell off the earth, or I'm not sure what happened to the Kid Sensation. Seattle local though. He's a pretty decent little beatboxer, and he could rap a little bit too. Columbia House, yeah buddy. Totally mesmerized. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, it's just so rewarding. And if he enjoys this and makes it through it quick, I mean, there's a lot of stuff to do now. They've got a lot of DLC packs, and, you know, they got SpongeBob and Back to the Future and Final Fantasy and Alice in Wonderland. I mean, they've got so much stuff. Plus, like, just extra dirty locational stuff. They're calling the Muckingham files, which those are all free, and there's like 6 of those, I think, 5 or 6 of those, and they each have a couple of jobs. So definitely a fun game, worth the money. I think it's $40 for the base game. I've absolutely definitely got my money's worth out of it, and I could just play this for hours. Like, I mean, clearly, like, even when I get a little tired, it still has that, like, rewarding, awesome, you know? And it might even spark some desire to bust out a pressure washer or go buy a pressure washer to, like, you know, do the stuff in your yard or out in front of your house, or get a foam gun so you can foam your car and wash the car with the pressure washer. Like, I've done all the above since I've had it. I did a real pressure washing short too, where I like brought the pressure washer to real life. That didn't do very well view-wise, but I thought it was funny. Okay. Be super nice if I could just get that thing to ring off, huh? Be a nice game and hook it up, please, and thank yous. Oh, there's so much, like, up top, too. And there's, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. See, even the birds hollering for us. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. $125, I think there's other $135. What? You got 200 hours? We need to get you playing some other games, Chow Chow. No, I'm just kidding. Pixar, it didn't happen, bruh. That's good, that's good, that's good. Okay. Alright, so I currently, oh, yes I do. Come on, let me over. What? Really? That was easy. Alright. I'm ringing the pinging, but I don't see nothing. All right, so let's go ahead and start looking. We got 99% of the elevation assembly. Okay, so that's right there. I'm not seeing anything there, so it's got to be on the top. Yeah, it's on the top. Maybe I can get it from here. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I see you up there. I see you up there. Flashing that thing. Flashing that thing. Ah. Get up there. It's a funny angle. Why am I falling off the side? It's a flat bar. I'm walking up the bar. Don't fall off. Oh my god. You found Kirsten. All right. Yeah, her channel's name is Kirsten the Powerful. So you found it? Kirsten the Powerful? No, I'm just kidding. It's not Kirsten the Powerful. Wish I could have seen the look on your face for that half a second where you're like, wait, Kirsten the Powerful? I don't understand why it's so hard to walk up this stupid. The receiver's still not done either. That's right. Take that. All right, so pedestal door handle. Pedestal door handle? Is that down there? Pedestal door. Oh god, I hate that. Pedestal door. Seriously, door. Sheesh. All right, look at that. Reflector undercarriage. All right, so we got a bunch of those. Surface panel. So that's probably just one of like the little edge. Oh, gross. Get your arse over here. Let's make sure there's not. Okay, there is. There's a filthy edge. We should be able to get most of the outer trim here. Go, 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 go. Yeah, I tried earlier, but I mean, I don't know why or how I didn't get it, right? Like, I hit it from every which angle. Nice one. So underside trims, that's just got to be these little pieces in between these bars, the Mars bars. Is that dirt? Oh, it is dirt. Okay, well, let's move this right about there. Think that's good? Maybe? Nice one. Okay. Won't let me put it down. That's silly. Gag noises. Mm-hmm. Must be the is that what you're talking about? Doesn't sound like me. No! Biscuits now, thanks a lot. You know, biscuits and gravy's been on my mind the last few days too. We used to have this place called Daylight Donuts. Justin, you might remember it. They made some of the most delicious, spicy biscuits and gravy you could find. It was so good. but I haven't eaten there, and I don't know if they still make it anymore or not. Let's see here. So I have one of the trims left. Whoops, I had it selected too. Why is it not flashing? Reflector surface trims. Reflectors are all on top, right? Oh, I missed it by that much. Oh, come on. Too many calories. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably too many for me too, but I try not to count calories these days. I try to just eat what I want to eat. Surface trim. Surface trim. Nailed it! First try. Pew 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 pew. Clean that thing. All right, so did everybody get Kirsten's link that needed or wanted it? Oh, I just realized that she isn't listed on the featured channels over here on HTGtv. Let's change that right now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a funny way to say that, and I know they did that on purpose. All right, so let's go ahead and back out. So we have one more Muckingham job before we're done with the first set of files. We're not doing that today, just clarifying that. Let's see here. So let's go HTG. Let's go open new link and tab. Okay, that didn't autoplay. That's good, but also, like, wait, what? Why didn't it autoplay? It's suggesting South Park content to me. That's funny. So let's go here. Let's go back here. Then here. And then customize channel. And then featured channels at the bottom. Edit section contents. Let's go ahead and add her link. And oh, there's more than one Kirsten Kraus. Hey, she has a couple channels, it looks like. That looks like her without, it's super small, but all right. So she's officially added. And publish Boykashow. And then let's double check. Refresh that. And there she is. So my bad. I thought that was already there a long time ago. You know what? Nom and Tyler must have removed it when they hacked the channel that day. I'm going to stick with that. They didn't do it, but I'm going to roll with that. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for watching extra videos, clicking and liking all the stuffs that we've been putting out lately. We will be back tomorrow with a new game. Shoulder of Giants. Shoulders of Giants. Could be a really fun game. Could be a really weird game. Could be a great time. I hope to see you there. And like I said, don't forget to click that like button. Be on the lookout for some more Funko Fusion content over on the main channel as well. I might be putting something out today, tomorrow. We'll just have to see what I can figure out. Glad I can pass on the Funko info. Hopefully all of those who have a PC and would like to play it are playing it. And guys, you guys know the drill. Head on over to any of our social medias. If you have not already, please check out HappyThumbsGaming.com. We got all sorts of trophy achievement guides and more on the main site. Also links to HTG merch, which you might find something over there that suits your fancy. But hey guys, that's going to do it for me. As always, until next time.